We're live.
All right, thank you, Executive Director Garcia. And good evening and welcome everyone to the July 27th, 2022 meeting of the SFDCCC. Almost took us back 20 years. My name is Honey Mahogany and I am chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party and I'm calling this meeting to order. Welcome back again to our regularly scheduled meeting. It's good to see you. I know we have a lot to get through today, so we are going to go ahead and get started, but I wanted to make sure to welcome some new faces that we have in the room today. Board of Equalization Chair Malia Cohen has a new proxy, I believe, Hasib Emran, who I believe is here. So please make sure to say hello if you haven't already. And also, I believe we have Monica Barnett representing Assembly Member Matt Haney, who is also here today. So welcome, Ms. Barnett. And with that, why don't we go ahead and get started? Madam Recording Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Chair Mahogany. All right. Member Avalos.
Present.
Member Baraka.
Here.
Member Barry.
Present.
Member Campos.
Present.
Member Chen.
Present.
Member Dufty. I think Chanel is proxy. Is Member Williams here? Member Galata.
Present by proxy.
Member Banez. I have Lee, I haven't noted that you are proxy for Member Banez.
Yes, sorry, I hear.
Oh, good. Member Kim. Member Lacroix.
Present.
Member Lee here. Member Loftus.
Here.
Member Lovett.
Here.
Chair Mahogany.
Here.
Member Mandelman.
Here.
Member Marr.
Here.
Member Moliga. Member Morales. And I just saw Foga, you joined, so I've got you here. Member Morales, I have that John Avalos, Member Avalos is going to be proxy. Is that correct? Okay, Member Raju.
Here.
Member Ronan.
Here.
Member Thomas.
Here.
Member Tung.
Here.
Member Williams. And then Member Zoe.
Here.
Member Feinstein.
Here by proxy.
Member Pelosi.
Here by proxy.
Member Spear.
Here by proxy.
Member Kounalakis.
Here by proxy.
Member Ma.
Here by proxy.
Member Cohen.
Here by
Thank you. Member Weiner.
Here by proxy.
Oh, hi, little Nima. Member
there.
Haney.
Here by proxy.
And Member Ting. All right.
Carolina, sorry, I had to get off for a second. Carolina Morales, I'm her proxy.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much, Member Avalos. With 29 present, we do have quorum. I will take roll call before we get into the endorsements votes, just to make sure we have everyone and we're counting correctly. I'll pass it back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Recording Secretary Lee. We will now move on to the approval of the meeting agenda, which is item number 2. You should have the agenda before you. In the 72-hour notice, I would just note that we have 2 additional items number 11 and 12, which have been introduced and would need to be added by a 2/3 vote. Those items are item number 11, resolution urging support for the District Attorney's Innocence Commission, introduced by Galata and Barry. And then item number 12 is a resolution calling for resignation of Board of Education member Ann Sue, introduced by member Barry as well. So is there a motion to vote to amend the agenda to add either or both of these items?
So move.
Second.
Moved by member Barry and seconded by Keith Baraka, Vice Chair Baraka. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of, or actually, we may need to take a roll call vote on this one. Recording Secretary Lee, would you please call the roll?
Sorry, and this is to approve the agenda, not the additional items?
Oh, to amend the, I'm sorry, let me clarify that I believe it was to add the 2 items to the agenda.
Okay. Can I make a comment?
Would you want us to separate the 2?
I would like to separate the 2 if that would be okay, but I also have a comment about one of the additions and
Oh, I
adding
see.
it to the
Yes.
agenda.
We can, yes, absolutely. We can take comments.
I'm okay if they're together. I might be one of the few voting the way I am, but I want to explain, that's all.
Okay, got you. All right. Would anyone like to make comment on the motion? Recording Secretary Lee.
Thank you. So I know obviously there have been so many this is regarding the resolution calling for the resignation of Board of Education member and Sue. I will just say I plan on voting no on this. If we were to separate it, I'm more than fine with resolution for agenda item 11. The reason is because I work within the API community, and the API community is having tons and tons of conversations, also a lot of cross-racial dialogue with Black-led organizations. And I simply don't feel ready to take a position on that resolution. And, seeing, everything we've learned over the last couple of years, resolutions are one thing, votes are one thing, but doing the work and creating space for dialogue is another. And what I've learned is that we have to create space for that dialogue. That doesn't necessarily change where I might end up ultimately on calling for resignations, but I am personally just not ready. And so given this was added on the 72-hour agenda, we haven't had time for that additional dialogue as DCCC. So I'm just not ready to add it to the agenda today. But I really appreciate members Barry and I think Ibanez for bringing this up so urgently.
Thank you, Recording Secretary Lee, and I definitely associate myself with your comments. I think that, there is much work to be done, and we should hold space for that work. I'm wondering if folks do folks still want to take the 2 items together, or is there a motion to separate the 2 items and vote on them separately?
I'll move we separate them, Mandelman.
All right, there has been a motion to amend the original vote or the original motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Great. Thank you, Member Levitt. So we will first take a vote unless there are any other comments that people want to make. Member Barry?
Yes, I just wanted to add that the reason why this was added to the agenda because it was a recent uproar. And I attended the National Association of Colored People's meeting on Sunday, and there was over 100 people, including present and calling in, who were just absolutely outraged by the comments said about Black and Brown communities. And there was a lot of pain, and a lot of folks feel that we do not need someone in a position who's so responsible for the outcome of children's futures. So it's an urgent matter because every day our kids are at stake, and it's just urgent because the school year starts next month, and we'll be meeting after school starts. Or actually before, but for endorsement purposes, So this is pretty urgent and no different than the Allison Collins matter before. Actually worse. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Barry. I do understand, your position, and I do think that this is a point of conversation that we can have, and the resolution provides that opportunity. So we will have a vote on it separately from the other resolution, and we will see if we can add it to the agenda. With that, let's first vote on adding number 11 to the agenda, and I will just restate it so people know what they're voting on. And this is a resolution urging support for the District Attorney's Innocence Commission. It's brought forward by Galata and Barry. So can we have a roll call vote on whether or do we need a roll call vote for this one? Or can we do this by acclamation? Mr. Perkins.
To be clear, we're voting on adding it. We're not voting on the substance of the amendment of the resolution.
Yes, to be clear, we are voting on adding item number 11 to our agenda. I think we can do this by acclamation unless there are any objections. And seeing none, all those in favor of adding item 11 to the agenda, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Any other? Representative Spears abstaining, any others? Okay, item number 11 will be amended. The agenda will be amended to add item number 11. We will now move on to item number 12, and I believe we will need a roll call vote for this. Madam Recording Secretary, I pass it on to you.
Thank you. So this is whether you want to add item 12 to the agenda today. Your options are yes, no, and abstain. So Member Avalos.
Abstain.
Member Baraka. Member Baraka, are you
Yes.
there? Okay, thank you, sorry. Member Barry.
Yes.
Member Campos.
Yes.
Member Chen.
Abstain.
Member Duffy. That's Member Williams if she's here yet.
She's here.
Yes, I'm here. Pass.
Member Galata.
Yes.
Member Ibanez.
Yes.
Member Kim is not here. Member Lacroix.
Yes.
Member Lee, no. Member Loftus.
No.
Member Lovett.
Yes.
Member Mahogany.
Abstain.
Member Marr.
Abstain.
Member Mendelman.
No.
Member Maliga.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
Member Raju.
Yeah.
Member Ronan.
Yes.
Member Thomas.
Abstain.
Member Tong.
No.
Member Williams.
Abstain.
Member Zoe.
Abstain.
Member Feinstein.
Abstain.
Member Pelosi.
Yes.
Member Spear.
Abstain.
Member Kounalakis.
Abstain.
Member Ma.
Abstain.
Member Cohen.
Abstain.
Member Weiner. Member Weiner.
No.
Thank
No.
you. Member Haney.
Abstain.
Member Ting, who I don't think is here. And then I have to go back to, I think Member Duffy. That was a pass. Chanel. Yeah, Chanel, just want to check if you had a vote for Member Duffy on this.
Yeah, it's abstain.
Okay, thank you. All right, with
Sorry to interrupt. I misspoke earlier. I said abstain when I meant to say yes.
okay,
Thanks.
all good. All right, with 13 yes, 5 no, and 12 abstentions, this passes. So item 12 is added to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Recording Secretary. We will now move on to, let's see, item number, oh, I'm sorry. Now we need to approve the agenda as amended. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix, and seconded by, I believe, was that?
Avalos.
Avalos. Thank you, Member Avalos. All those, can we do this by acclamation? Seeing no objection. Oh, I'm sorry. Proxy for for Vice Chair Galata. Did you have a comment?
Just a point of clarification. I'm just looking at the agenda. It looks like item 12 needs a 2/3 requirement to be added to the agenda.
It did receive the 2/3 vote, I believe.
Oh,
I just wanted to double check if that was correct.
that
Oh, it
is
is-
not correct. I'm so sorry. Wait, no, it does receive the 2/3. Sorry, my math is bad. There was 13 yes and 5 no, so it beats the 2/3 threshold. Thank you, Proxy Ochoa.
Thank you.
Out of
Yeah.
how many was the universe of voters with all the abstentions? I'm sorry.
It was, which there were 13 yes, 5 no, 12 abstentions, so there was 18, so 13 of 18 is over the 2/3 plus 1 threshold.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those clarifications. We will now move on to the vote. And I didn't see any objections to doing this by acclamation to approve the agenda as amended. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much. The agenda is approved. We will now move on to item number 3, which is the approval of the meeting minutes. Member Campos, I see you have your hand raised.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Just wanted to note just an amendment to the minutes. I think for the correspondence between you and me, just to note that I had requested to be excused from the last meeting.
Oh, okay. Yes, we will make sure to amend the agenda to have Member Campos excused from the last meeting due to illness.
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you.
We will now move on to, oh, I'm sorry. Are there any other amendments to the meeting minutes? All right. Then may I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the last meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. May I have
Second,
a second from Member
Thomas.
Thomas? Thank you. Colleagues, can we do this without objection? Seeing no objections, the meeting minutes are approved. We will now move on to item number 4, which is general public comments. This is an opportunity for the general public to engage with the members of the Democratic Party and speak on any items of interest on the agenda. I will turn this portion over to our Executive Director, Moises Garcia, who will help facilitate this portion of the meeting. Thank you, Director Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. If you would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function, which can be found at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you are listening to this meeting via your phone, please dial *9 to enter the queue. If you encounter any difficulties, please send an email to info@sfdemocrats.org. Each member will have a 1-minute address the SFDCCC. Associate SFDCCC members have floor privileges and may exceed the 1-minute time limit. I will promote folks in the order that I see your hands raised, and thank you very much for your patience. Great.
Hello?
And start with Larry Lee, followed by Susan Pfeiffer and Jordan Davis.
Well, how much time do I have?
You have 1 minute.
Okay, I'll start my timer. Thank you.
Hi, this is Larry Lee. I'm a lifelong liberal progressive Democrat with kids in San Francisco Unified. And I'm tired of politicians that say all the politically right things with the right buzzwords like Gabriela Lopez and Allison Collins, who, by the way, I voted for in the past election. So I am partly to blame for that. Politicians that are incompetent and cannot perform their jobs of producing students with academic excellent educations are out for me. So this time I am voting for someone that has personal flaws, who say it like it is, which is Commissioner Ann Shu. 1, she is competent because she has helped to get the meeting down to a manageable amount of time. 2, help pass a balanced budget. And 3, has a plan for raising all students' academic standards. Therefore, as a lifelong Democrat, I am.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Susan Pfeiffer.
Unmuted. Hi, good evening, Democrats. Good to see everyone. I usually don't give my credentials, but currently I'm a member of the California Democratic Party Organizing Standing Committee and the Executive Board. So that's my newest thing, but I do a lot of things. I wanted to mention that Manny's is having an activism fair on Friday, and I will be helping the San Francisco Democratic Party and San Francisco Swing Left. They will both have a table. The goal is to sign people up to work on the midterm elections, the federal elections. We need volunteers. So if any of you want to come by and say hi and sign up, it will be a party at Manny's, and it's this Friday in late afternoon, early evening. I'm trying to remember the hours. Next, I just got off the weekly phone bank, the Wednesday evening phone bank for the Bay Area Coalition, of which we are a part. There are now 20 organizations part of that. And we've been phone banking every Wednesday from 5 to 7 p.m. and Saturdays from 10 to noon. We are adding Sundays. Starting August 7th, we'll be making calls Sundays from 1 to 3 p.m. We're calling into Arizona, and their primary is this Tuesday, so we've been trying to push that. Nevada, where we're trying to save a Senate seat and a governor's seat. And right now we're calling California District 22 for Rudy Salas, but there will be 2 other California districts coming up soon that we'll be making calls for. This evening, I heard on MSNBC 2 former party chairs saying the polls are now saying we can hold the House. We can keep our majority. We can keep Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House, but we got to work for it. It's a thin margin, but we got to get out there and make calls. And somebody tonight said, where are all the volunteers? Why are they not showing up? So I'm here. I'm doing a Harvey Milk. I'm here to recruit you. We need people to sign up for the phone banks. Right now, they're Wednesdays from 5 to 7 and Saturdays from 10 to 2. We've got great tools, and we just got to do the work and save our democracy. So we need volunteers to sign up and show up. And then one last thing, I'm reaching out to the school district to talk to them about working out a way that we can have volunteers go into the classrooms this year and register voters in the classrooms. I'm using the same contact I used for the graduation ceremonies to see if we can simplify that. And I will let you all know when I hear. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Jordan Davis. If they are not available, we can move on to Eva Chrysanthi.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to speak in some very general terms. I've been watching what's happening in San Francisco with the comments made first by Allison Collins and then the later comments made by Ann Shu. And I would just like to encourage everyone to consider how fraught the moment is and how many students' lives are at stake in terms of their achievement. And I would hope that at this point, we could come to some sort of understanding that, quote, telling it like it is, whether it's from one side or the other, if it ends up offending and hurting the other side, it should be rejected entirely. And it doesn't matter who does it. You know, the 2 groups that we're talking about have been impacted. The 3 groups that we're talking about have suffered enormous harm and enormous discrimination in the state. And I would just ask people to be more sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Nick Berg.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that Gloria Berry, during the DCCC candidate interviews, in her capacity as the co-chair of that committee, made unfounded accusations against Leanna Louie, who's running for D4. It was totally inappropriate, totally unprofessional. and frankly unbecoming of somebody who's serving as a member of that committee. So I don't think that that's the way to treat somebody who takes the time to seek the DCCC's nomination. And I would expect this body to address it.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Selena Chu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for actually allowing me to join this meeting. So I just want to start off with Ms. Berry. I really felt the comparison is not right when you say Ansu is worse than Collins. I'm so sorry, that's not correct. Ms. Collins never apologized and she ended up suing our school district. So both of them, you know, if it caused harm, it needs to be there needs to be apology and actually apologize. And I wanted to also comment on adding this last minute. You have so many votes that are absentee and they needed more time. So you need to better prepare this. I don't think you should vote today. You should allow members to have more time on this. I just, you know, and I think our community is also in a lot of pain. I think there's a lot of huge misunderstanding between the different community. It's a time for healing, not a time for us to
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next up, I'll be promoting Erin Masisa Bollick, followed by Virginia Marshall, and then Jonathan Gibbs. Please
Hello,
go
can you
ahead,
hear me?
Erin. Yes.
Hi,
Go
good
ahead.
afternoon. Thank you. I'm a teacher. This is my 18th year in San Francisco Unified School District. I'm also a mother, a woman of color, first generation. I want to say that I'm personally, as a mother, offended by the commissioner's comment. I was 100% active in my child's life, and he had a very hard time in school, mostly because as a system, we have not addressed the needs of our most marginalized children. Second, as a professional, we don't have time. We don't have time to heal right now. We are serving children. It is very crucial right now. Although she apologized, I feel like that was also a political move. Second, I want to say that her comment about saying that families make our work harder as educators also is very insulting to me. What makes my job harder as an 8-year veteran teacher is families that target Black and brown children. Families that are not aware or woke around the systemic racism that is still in our schools.
Thank you for your comments.
Fine. Thank you.
Next up is Virginia Marshall.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Marshall, a longtime educator here in SFUSD and very active in my community. I want to thank Member Berry for bringing this resolution forward and for everyone who voted yes for this resolution. I'm saddened that some of you did not and some of you passed. I am the education chair for the NAACP. More than 100 calls were on the line and present for our meeting on Sunday to put forth this resolution for Commissioner Ann Stu to resign. I reminded Commissioner Sue that she is a commissioner for every child in SFUSD. If a child's parent never walks into their school site, she should not make negative comments. I was very active in my children's schools, for all three of them. However, I grew up on a farm. My parents never came to the school site. That was not required of them. And I know I turned out okay. So we cannot have commissioners making negative comments by a vulnerable group, African American and Latino students. You cannot do that. So she needs to resign immediately. Thank you.
Next up is Jonathan Gibbs.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Gibbs. I am a Black and Filipino Bay Area born person. I'm speaking on behalf of the Black and Asian Alliance Network. We, the many of the Black and Asian Alliance Network, find the comments made by Ann Chu to be out of line with what students and families of the San Francisco area need in school board leadership. We recognize the many people who Chu and her supporters continually erase with conversations that put non-engagement from parents and issues of poverty at the feet of Black and Brown students. Operating from a framework that divides Black and Brown students from Asian students, many of whom also live in poverty, many of whom also live in environments where there is a lack of parental leadership, is operating directly from the book of the model minority myth and white supremacy. It is racist, full stop. While the Black and Asian Alliance Network has no authority to ask Shu to resign, we do ask Shu and her supporters to consider the enthusiasm with which they descended on Allison Collins for her apt critique of the model minority myth and compare it to Shu's own words, which could have been lifted directly from that same collection of stereotypes, thereby proving Collins's point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Quincy Yu.
I'm Quincy Yu, and I'm also a product of SFUSD. My question is, what does stepping down do? There's an election coming in November. Stepping down now causes much more disarray than not. We've got a new superintendent. We've got a board. She has come forward, apologized very insincerely, not been accepted, and has continually been shot at. Forget the fact that she is not looking for higher office. She has already a history at CBOT leading it to uncover misuse of $500,000 of bond money, brought back the JROTC program at Balboa, Mission, and Galileo by reaching out to a partner to bring $1.5 million to the school district for 2 years.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Karen Fleshman.
Good evening. I'm Karen Fleshman. I'm a candidate for Commissioner of Board of Education. I'm also a parent in SFUSD, and I'm a white woman who's an anti-racism educator. I want to pile on to Ann Shu, but I do think it's very important that we clear this up. It is harmful, inaccurate, and racist to claim Black and Brown families and students don't love learning. All families and students love learning and want to develop a healthy, positive identity. Black women are the most highly educated group of Americans. What leads a disproportionate number of Black and Brown students to not perform, graduate, or emerge college and career ready on par with their white and Asian counterparts is attending schools that are intentionally under-resourced and frequently experiencing racism. Nationally and locally, Black and Latinx students are concentrated in schools with a substantial majority of poor children, while white and Asian students typically attend middle-class schools. Teachers disproportionately expel Black students, adultify Black girls. Okay.
Next up is Wendy Liu. Wendy Liu, if you're with us, would you unmute?
Mute? Yeah? Me?
Yes.
我係Wendy Liu。我今次咧，即係話嗰個教委咧，個徐安咧，今次講嘢咧就唔係咁好，但係咧佢咧而家咧就喺度，即係已經係為嗰個社區咧喺度為咗做一個領導者，佢就已經係即係已經道咗歉同大家。其實佢講嘅呢個係一個事實嚟嘅，即係大家都可以睇到，即係話我去我個女學校嗰度做義工，我見到咧嗰啲細路仔咧好多都係唔喺度上課嘅，佢哋咧。就係喺度即係玩啊，喺度打籃球啊，咁佢哋家長將啲細路仔放咗學校，就好似學校係一個保姆中心咁，又唔介意，即係唔冇人理佢哋咯，放咗翻嚟就，所以咧，我覺得其實佢只不過係講呢個現實，其實我係支持呢個徐安嘅 ，yes to and thank you.
Thank you.
I can translate unless there's someone else here who would like to translate better than I can. That was Wendy Liu. She said that Commissioner Su's comments weren't good, but notes that Su has been in the community for a long time, and that those comments, she spoke to how there was an experience that Ann Su had saying that She had gone to a school and saw that there were certain students that didn't seem like they were there really for education, but were really more there for recreational activities, and that she was only speaking from this one particular experience. And she says, I support Ansu.
Thank you, Recording Secretary Lee. Moving on to Jordan Davis.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the technical difficulties. My name is Jordan Davis. My pronouns are she and her, and I support Honey Mahogany for District 6-2. I wish they hadn't carved out the tenderloin so I could vote for her. I also strenuously oppose Leanna Louie in District 4. She called justice-involved Black people evil. I believe Gloria Berry. She also exploited the Chronicle expose on SROs in order to push an end to housing first, which should be mended, not ended. And she also organized her people on WeChat to call Gordon Moore a pedophile and groomer and other racist tropes. I support Moore for D4. I also support the resignation of Ann Shue for the school board. What gives her the fucking right to call children riffraff and Black and brown parents lazy? Allison Collins got railroaded for far less. Let's pass this resolution so that the DCCC can send a message that nobody gets a free pass for racism and transphobia. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Stephen Martin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Steve Martin Pinto. I'm a firefighter here in San Francisco, also a president of the West Twin Peaks Central Council. I want to comment on the outrageous comments made by one of your Central Council committee members against Leanna Louie, specifically Gloria Berry. I feel they were outrageous, unfounded. I've worked with Leanna Louie for the past year and a half with the Recall Boudin campaign. We put forth a series of trilingual videos explaining our position, mine in Spanish and hers in Cantonese. And I can say with certainty, there's no other person who I've seen, there's fewer people who I've seen who are dedicated to the welfare and safety of all San Franciscans. And for someone from your committee to make such slanderous accusations against Leanna Louie is completely unprofessional and unfounded. And I hope that person issues a full apology. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Brandy Markman.
Hi, thank you very much. Good to see a lot of you here this evening. Just want to thank Member Berry for bringing forth this resolution to urge Commissioner Shue to resign. I am a former educator. If I had ever made the comments that Commissioner Shue had made, I would have been fired. There is absolutely no room for those to have someone making those kinds of comments, overseeing the education of 50,000 San Francisco school children. And I also feel if Commissioner Shue and her supporters really care about anti-racism, they will immediately reinstate the equity audit called for by Black students in the NAACP. And I just also want to say this is one reason why when I was co-chair of Bernie-Kratz, we strongly opposed the recall because we could sort of see this this kind of situation coming. Not healthy for our democracy to have recall elections that are bankrolled by Republican billionaires. And I'm also, lastly, not going to be shy about calling out Mayor Breed on this. It's obvious there wasn't a very robust vetting process going on. So please, I hope that you will urge for excellence in leadership for our public school students. They've been through a lot and they deserve the very best. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Michael Nolte, followed by Gloria. I can't see your last name. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, this is Michael Nolte. I'm with the Central City Democrats, and I would respectfully request that ranked choice voting take place in the District 6 supervisor category for the endorsements today. I think that it's important that we have qualified candidates, but at the same time, I'd like to encourage the candidates that are currently on the ballot to possibly be considered. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Gloria Masajewski.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to make a public comment. I am a D9 resident and I've been an educator in San Francisco Unified since 1997. I worked at Jose Ortega. I went on to John Sweat, which closed its doors to students against a lot of community outcry in 2005. I want to thank Gloria Berry for bringing the resolution to the table. I appreciate that Ansu has apologized and is trying to show that she can grow into her role. But as an educator and also a parent with 2 children in this district at Wallenberg and Harvey Milk, I feel that it's very urgent that someone who is not in a learning mode be on our Board of Education, someone who is trying to unlearn biases and implicit racism is in a position to make very important decisions for 50,000 of our kids in the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Chris Garza, followed by Zoe Kelman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Garza, and I'm an SFUSD parent and educator at Everett Middle School and a member of the UESF Executive Board. I wanted to speak in support of the resolution calling for Commissioner Ann Shu to immediately resign from the school board. Nobody with her racist beliefs about Black and Latino families should be in leadership anywhere in public education, and most definitely not on the school board making choices about how to educate our children. We all know from history on up through the present that racist beliefs turn into racist governance and racist policy, and our community deserves so much better and needs to act now. As a longtime educator, I know that every single student I've ever had the privilege to teach wants nothing more than to feel successful, and every single student's family I've ever met wants their child to be safe at school and have adults that care about them and hold them to high standards and help them learn as much as they possibly can at school. Instead of making racist comments about Black and Latino families, Commissioner Shu should be praising them for the constant sacrifices we've made and that our ancestors made for the chance to get a great education. Well, she tweeted an apology and said she wants to learn, which is good. She should do that on her own time, not as a public leader on the school board. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Zoe Kelman.
Hi, I'd like to thank Gloria Berry for putting this resolution forward. I'd like to add, I'm not going to attack Ansu like they did with Allison Collins. And when I say they, because I was against the recall, but Anne has reflected in her comments the inherent racism that really is biased, and it's reflected in many Americans. So let's not get it wrong that this is something new. However, the real responsibility lays with London Breed. Ansu had made comments previously during a Board of Ed meeting calling the students riffraff, that her son was, able to do well at home because he wasn't distracted by the riffraff. So these comments were out there. There's nothing illegal about that, but that type of attitude and bias does not belong on our Board of Ed when so many children have suffered because of the pandemic for the past 2 to 3 years. So I'm calling for her resignation. And
Next up is Renee Curran, followed by Cheryl Thornton.
Hi, I just want to say that Gordon Marr is the only reasonable candidate running in District 4 and encourage an endorsement for his reelection. I also want to voice my support for Gloria Berry, who has a right to disclose and react to the offensive and racist comments made in her presence. I witnessed a lot of divisiveness during the redistricting gerrymandering process that was orchestrated by right-leaning individuals. This is not good for San Francisco and needs to stop now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Cheryl Thornton. Cheryl, are you still with us?
Oh, good evening. Sorry. Hi, my name is Cheryl Thornton. I'm a District 10 resident, and I'm calling in support of Gloria Berry's resolution. I am the youth advisor for the NAACP San Francisco branch. I can tell you Black and brown children have been harmed by Ann Shu's comments. And furthermore, her comments actually promote violence because they make people feel so bad about themselves, so unworthy. We don't have space for this type of rhetoric at this time. Calling children riffraff is outrageous. And I don't understand why anybody in San Francisco would think that this is okay. And secondly, the schools in San Francisco are segregated, and a lot of children have been left behind, and they need the services. They need to be in a positive environment, and we need to stem the tide from the prison pipeline industry. So please, please vote to have this woman removed from office. Thank you. And as far as Leanne Louie, I have text messages from her. Okay, thank you.
One moment, folks. Next up is a caller whose name is M, they, them.
Hi, who's this? Did you mean to make me panelist?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So hi, it's me, everyone. I'm an SFUSD parent. I'm also, as an individual, I've volunteered on different SFUSD committees. And I just wanted to remind you all that when the tweet that Allison wrote came out, you all had a resolution before you by Nancy Tung for Allison to resign. And many of you voted yes on that. And so I just want to know that we're all watching, and that if you don't vote yes for Ann Sue to resign, it's going to show that this is a double standard, and that it's a double standard for certain people of different colors. And I think that's really obvious. So I really hope you all, if you voted because you thought that was wrong, that Allison said whatever she said, and that you would think that what Ann Husu said would be wrong too, and that you would vote for her to resign as well. I have no opinion on either way, but many people have came to you here. I remember Janice Lee talking about how it was very obvious that there need to be better relationships formed with Black and Brown folks after that
Thank
vote.
you for your comment.
And lots of Black and Brown people are here right now telling you what to do.
Next up is Liani Ishan.
Hi, thank you. I am an African-American native San Francisco, a Black mother. So are you all agreeing with Ann that all of our homes are dysfunctional? We don't care about education? And is that why you abstained? Do you not see me? Do you not respect me as I respect you? She didn't say some. She said also her limited experience. We are raised and we are citizens of San Francisco. How could you have limited experience? I'm really disappointed. I don't know if I could even trust you all as leaders to even just speak up and lift me up and lift my children up and lift my mother up and lift my father up, because it's obvious you don't respect us. You don't value us. We're not worthy to allow somebody to talk to us that way.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to clarify for folks who may have misheard or misunderstood the vote. The vote was to add the item to the agenda. And so we will actually be having further discussion on the item that Member Barry introduced at the end of the meeting when we discussed resolutions. So the item has not been voted on. We have not taken a stance on it yet. The vote that we took earlier was merely to add the item to the agenda. So I just wanted to clarify that for our public commenters.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Next up is a speaker whose title is Galaxy A02S. If you could unmute. Seeing no response, we'll move to Rabbi Dr. Sophia Catherine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Rabbi Dr. Sophia Catherine Rothschild. I am calling to urge full support for Ann HSU. I oppose any resolution in asking for her to resign. I fully support her. She is competent in her position that will focus on teaching and reading and focusing on ensuring that our students and our children can read and write and function in society and not wasting time on political correctness. This resolution is a waste of time, and we stand firmly with Anne from the Jewish community, and we join with our Asian brothers and sisters in saying no to this resolution because it's a waste of time. Thank you so much.
Your comments. We'll go back to speaker Galaxy A02S. Galaxy A02S, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Micah Pinkston. Some of you may know me, some may not. However, I was on a special education Zoom with Miss Sue. And Miss Sue stated, as we came out of the pandemic, that COVID was a hygiene issue that came from Black and Brown communities. And myself and another African-American, Mr. John Henry, was on that call. We were on that Zoom together. And I then asked her, I said, that was very racist. I said, and it would be not right if I would say that our white president, Mr. Donald Trump, stated that it was a Chinaman's disease. Now, my reason for stating this and telling you all this is because she's redundant with what she's doing, which means she's aware of what she's doing, and she keeps apologizing. She apologized to me and John that day. So you keep apologizing for doing the same things, which means this is not genuine. Then she's going to tweet that she apologized. I advise her to come to the community town hall in Bayview on Friday and apologize publicly. Thank you.
Next up, we have Milk Club President Edward Wright, who has floor privileges.
Thank you, Moises, Chair Mahogany, and members. My name is Edward Wright, and I am invoking my associate member privileges as president of Harvey Milk Club, but I promise to keep this quick. Thank you, Chair Mahogany, for bringing forward item 8. The federal response to monkeypox has been shameful. The LGBTQ community is desperate to protect ourselves, and the barrier to preventing an completely avoidable epidemic with monkeypox is not outreach or vaccine hesitancy. It's just supply and distribution of vaccines that did not need to be discovered or created, that sat warehoused for too long, and that need to be put in shots in arms ASAP. So thank you for bringing forward that resolution. Our club was among the first that called for the resignation of Commissioner Hsu, so I do want to speak in support of that resolution as well. We appreciate Commissioner Hsu's apology and acknowledgement of her own bias and ignorance, and that bias and ignorance is disqualifying for an appointed official. And the only path forward towards healing includes her resignation. As an appointee, she has no mandate from the voters of San Francisco, and to continue serving, she needs to re-earn their trust in their vote. While Milk Club has not yet made our November endorsements, I do want to note that 2 of our former presidents, as well as some of our strongest allies, are up for your consideration tonight, and I hope that you give them their due consideration. And finally, I want to thank Susan Pfeiffer for invoking Harvey Milk and calling for volunteer recruitments. Let's all work together to keep the House blue and expand our Senate majority to pass the Equality Act and the PRO Act and abolish the filibuster to codify Roe v. Wade and marriage equality and pass a Green New Deal and so much more. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Grace Chin.
Hi, my name is Grace Chen. So I'm here to support Anne Hsu. I can tell she wants to minimize the achievement gap. So she pointed out the root of problem, lack of family support. As a mother with a middle schooler, I know how important family support for studies can be. I hope we can focus on solving education gaps instead of political attack and battle. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Xiao Yan Li.
Good evening. My name is Xiaoyan Li. Commissioner Anshi has admitted her mistake and has met with several community groups. As Mayor Britt said, it's not her intention to be divisive and to disrespect various communities, but to think out as a commissioner who represents all students. Britt also applauded her quick apology and willingness to turn her mistake into a learning experience. We are confident that she will emerge from this and become a school board member for all students. Please support Anne with our mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we're going to bring in Gary McCoy in his capacity as co-chair of Alice.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. As co-chair of Alice, we want to give a huge shout out to the Harvey Milk Club, to a number of other clubs, some folks on this very Zoom meeting, Supervisor Mandelman, Assemblymember Matt Haney, State Senator Scott Wiener, and Chair Honey Mahogany for the resolution on the agenda tonight for around monkeypox vaccination distribution and supply. A lot of you have also helped in our community getting the word out and putting pressure on folks. So thank you very much. Resolution is very important to us, and you'll be hearing more from us as we move through the coming weeks. We're going into fair season now. A lot of folks are scared, not able to get vaccinated, and so we're working closely with the AIDS Foundation and some other folks, including the Milk's HIV Caucus and the HIV Action Network on trying to get language and messaging out as quickly as we can to help reduce risk and to help reduce the spread. But we're going to need more of your help. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'm now going to move on to folks who have called in. So I will say the last 4 numbers of your phone number, and I will allow you to speak. So first, we'll start off with the number ending in 8997. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello?
Yes.
Actually, okay. 我個名叫做 Ning Yu Li。咁嚟講咧，我依家咧就係有2個小朋友咧，都係讀緊呢一個三藩書聯校區㗎。我係咧依家嚟講咧就係支持阿 Ann， 因為阿 Ann 咧就係代表咗我哋呢啲少數嘅族裔啦嚟到發言嘅。但係嚟講咧，阿 Ann 咧，我知道佢依家咧就有啲不當嘅言論，但係嚟講佢自己亦都係非常之誠懇要同大家道歉咗。咁嚟講，我係希望大家仍然係支持呢個 N， 多謝各位。
I'll just keep it short. His name is Ling Yu Li. He has 2 children in the school district, and he was really just expressing his support, their support for Ann Sue.
Great, thank you for your comments. Next will be a number ending in 4445.
Hello， 係咪我啊 ？It's me。
Go ahead。
係我哋聽到你，你可以講。
你好 ，My name is Jane。我想講啊，今次 Anna 嗰個事件同上次 recall 嗰個3個教委係唔同嘅。上一次3個教委咧，佢哋係專注於政治，而對學習不顧，至老師學校不顧嘅。咁 Anna 咧，其實咧佢做教育做得好好，佢係希望各個族裔嘅學生能夠提供佢嘅成績，佢個內心係想幫嘅。我有個細路仔係教你呢行嘅，因為我哋係乜嘢都唔識，而 Anna 咧佢就 幫咗我哋好多，佢教我哋點樣去做，我哋係好需要一個咁樣嘅教委去幫助我哋啲移民去融入美國生活嘅。Anna 佢今次就犯咗啲錯，即係講錯咗啲話，但係咧也俾我哋呢個移民社區一個教育，等我哋知道去點樣去適應呢個美國社會。三藩市咧有10幾萬華人同埋亞裔。
Your comments.
多謝晒。
我希望等到11月份。
你冇晒時間嚟講，多謝晒。So I think their name was Jen. They said that the situation between Commissioner Sue and Allison Collins is different, and that Anne really believes in making sure every student can achieve in the school district, and that Anne has been really helping their community, especially the immigrant community, in navigating the school district. And also, this commentary acknowledges a mistake in what Anne said.
Next up is caller phone number ending in 4445.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi, my name's Nikki, and I'm not a parent, but I pay enough property taxes to put a lot of children in schools in SF that aren't mine, so I think I should have a say. Education here has gotten highly politicized and racialized by those who have ulterior motives to advance the race at the expense of the other race. We have to remember California K-12 ranked 41 against 50 states. We need to get our act together, and we need to set aside race and politics. Anne Hsu should not have apologized because she's speaking the facts that are critical to helping Black and Brown communities, while Allison Collins bashed Asians for doing well when she should really focus on why Black and Brown communities are not doing as well. Maybe you should address riffraff at your homes before you send your kids to school. I also want to address Gloria Berry attacking Leanna Louie, which was plain slander, and you better get ready for a
I'm sorry,
lawsuit.
you please
If you
keep
want
your
to talk
comments
about
to general.
racial attacks,
You should not,
then let's
excuse
talk
me,
about
can you stop the caller's time? Please do not direct your comments directly to any of our members. You can make general comments, but do not direct them at any given member, please. Thank you. Can we restart her, or can we start her time?
Yes.
Okay, I got disrupted there. So anyway, if we're talking about racial attacks here, let's talk about the surge of Black and Asian hate crime. Also, if we're speaking of racial equity, why is it that the top officials at
Thank you for your
DCCC and the
comment.
City Hall
Next up is a phone number ending in 1836. Please go ahead and start your comments, caller. We'll move on to caller ending in 4321. Sorry, apologies. 8321.
Hello。
Yes, go ahead.
OK， 係，hi 大家好，我個名叫做 Patricia。咁咧，我覺得教委徐安咧上任以嚟咧，改變咗過往喺教委會嗰度咧政治第一嘅作風，專門咧就係為啲細路仔嘅學業成功咧係去做事實嘅。咁佢代表咗我哋嘅社區，咁我相信佢會不斷咁進步，代表所有嘅社區。我希望大家能夠支持徐安。Yes to Anne. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was a little bit harder for me to translate, but this person's name is Patricia, and they believe that Anne is really representing their community and is here to represent all students and is in support of Commissioner Sue.
Thank you. We'll go back to the caller ending in 1836. If you're available, please unmute your line. Okay, we'll move on to caller ending in 3456.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, 我係蕭明烏。
咁咧教委徐安咧上任以來咧改變咗過往嘅教委會上政治第一作風，專門為咗孩子嘅學業成功做咗事實。他代表我們社區不斷進步，代表所有嘅社區。請支持徐安，多謝 ，Thank you. Yes to Anne.
多謝晒。This person's name is Su Ling Wu, and very similar comment said that Commissioner Su really reps her community, is ready to represent all communities, and expresses their support for Commissioner Su.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Amos Brown.
Good evening, Amos Brown, President of San Francisco NACP. It's a sad day in San Francisco that such racialized, divisive politics being played, and there's a double standard. Therefore, the NACP stands on this vote, 105, that because of what we found out after the meeting we had with Ms. Su, she does not deserve being on this Board of Education. Number two, a lie has been told about Ms. Collins. This president and the NACP asked for a meeting with Ms. Collins and the Chinese Democratic Club, but they canceled the meeting on that Thursday night. Let's be truth tellers. And if the truth be told, a lot of games are being played and people are not interested in education for all. They're interested in education for some children. But all needs to be put in the vocabulary of the school district and this city. So let's set the record straight.
Thank you for your comments. Moving back to callers who called in through their phones. Caller ending in 3576. Caller, your line's been muted.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Kevin Ho. Thank you for having me joining the meeting tonight. For Commissioner Anshu, we cannot have a repeat of last year's problems. There is an opportunity for teaching and learning here. There will always be differences between American culture and other cultures. She works for all people. We must stop shutting out the voices of these immigrant communities. So please support her, support Anne. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, promoting caller whose phone number ends in 9720. Caller, your line's unmuted.
Hello.
Hi there, go ahead.
Tôi kêu Shirley Penn. 教委徐安可能在主流社交傳媒和本時嘅進步政治中點燃了一把火，但在微信或中文報紙上卻沒有。正如三藩市標準報所說，華裔家長們會用最後一口氣嚟支持徐安，因為他是移民，他理解嘅佢哋。佢犯了一個錯誤，佢將利用這個機會帶領所有嘅華人和亞裔移民與他一齊前進。請支持徐安。Yes to Anne.
Okay, that was a little bit hard for me too, but I would say the general sense of that comment sorry, there's a bit of echo, is that Commissioner Su particularly represents the immigrant, particularly the Chinese immigrant community, and this person expresses their support for Commissioner Su.
Thank you for translating. Caller ending in 9720, followed by caller ending in 1803. Hi there, caller ending in 1803. Go ahead.
我嘅名叫Maggie，OK，對徐安委員嚟講，我哋不能重答去年嘅事情啦，這裡係教育和學習嘅機會。其實咧，美國嘅文化和其他嘅文化之間咧，都存在咗差異和有緊張嘅關係。我哋不能講係排斥啦，呢個都係移民社區嘅聲音，不能再否認咧佢哋喺呢個生活、工作、投票嘅事實。請支持徐安，yes to N. Thank you.
I invite anyone else who is more fluent in Cantonese than me in helping, but the comments seem pretty similar to the previous one, that Commissioner Su has done a lot, particularly for immigrant communities, and this person is expressing their support for Commissioner Su.
That sounds right.
Promoting caller ending in 2390.
Yes, my name is Marina. Since Commissioner Ansu took office, she has changed the style of past school board politics and has put student success first and foremost. She has made mistakes because she is only human. She has apologized and vowed to make progress for all communities. Allison Collins did not apologize. The same people who want to get rid of Anne are the very same ones who were not for the recall of Chester Boudin because they believe in giving criminals a second chance and another chance and another chance. This is wrong. This is political. This is just basically trying to get back on the recall. I support Anne Sue.
Through the
chair, I have a comment. I'd just like to say that Allison Collins did make an apology, and that statement has been made a couple of times tonight and is false. And I would like the record to reflect that Allison did make an apology. Thank you.
Okay, generally, we can make comments after public comment, and I do appreciate it, that there are some statements that are being made here that people may not agree with, but this is public comment, and we will definitely, especially as members, have an opportunity to speak on that later in this meeting. So let's please reserve the comments for the general public. Thank you.
Great. Moving on to caller whose line ends in 3825. Your line's now unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hear you.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Hi.
Yes,
so,
go ahead.
Hi, my name is Julius. For Commissioner Anhu, we cannot have a repeat of last year's problems, okay? There is an opportunity for teaching and learning here. There will always be a tension between the American culture and other cultures. We must stop shutting out the voices of these immigrant communities and stop denying that they live here, work here, and vote here. Please support Anne.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is caller ending in 3899. Please unmute your line. All right, we will move on.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi.
Hello，係你好。
Yes, please go ahead.
聽唔聽到？
係啊，我哋聽到你。
OK， 好嘅，係我叫 Anita， 係我對徐安嚟講呢個委員嚟講咧，我唔能夠再重複轍咁去年咁樣嘅情形嚇，因為呢個教育同埋學問嘅機會咧，我覺得佢係講緊事實。如果佢講嘅事實令到嗰啲講中咗佢哋係真係徐安講嘅説話，而令到佢哋唔舒服，應該佢有改進，將自己係增進自己嘅學問嚇，唔可以話人哋咁樣講係唔啱。言論係自由噶嘛，係咪嚇？咁唔可以排斥即係佢哋咁樣講嘅説話。咁希望咧，因為有好多新移民或者移民嘅社區嘅有權係發出呢個聲音嘅嚇，唔可以話否認佢哋喺呢個地方咧生活工作投票嘅事實。咁我係支持徐安嘅嚇，Yes to Ann 嘅嚇，唔該晒。
Thank you for your comments.
I struggled with that comment. So if anyone else, I don't know, Member Lovett, I will say at the end, this commenter clearly gave their support for Ann Sue. I don't want to misinterpret what I had heard. So I'll just end at that.
Great, thank you. Caller, please go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
係咪我啊？
係你係，我哋聽到你。
係你好啊，係大家好，我叫阿 Sam，各位徐安咧已經誠懇咁去承認咗錯誤，並且咧以多個社區團體會面，我哋相信佢一定會喺呢次嘅教訓中成長為一位能代表各嘅社群嘅委員，請大家支持徐安。Yes to on. Yes to on. Thank you.
Okay, I understood that one. Sam said Commissioner Sue noted that she was wrong, and that this commenter's community trusts that she will learn and be able to rep the entire community and express his support for Commissioner Sue.
Caller, go ahead.
This is Josephine Zhao. I would like to apologize for the comments that Commissioner Ann Sue has made. We understand the systemic, social, and economic factors have been keeping our marginalized families from reaching their potential. Anne has good intention to introduce more wraparound services to support families. Her wording did not zoom out to a long view. She quickly apologized and has met with many community leaders. Also, the RR word that some callers refer to means social conflicts. I believe Anne was saying that she wished one of her twins could learn social skills in in-person school. I hope DCCC can afford Anne, as a Chinese immigrant, a restoration process. It is a great opportunity to educate the rest of the Chinese and Asian immigrant communities. San Francisco is home to nearly 200,000 Chinese and Asian immigrants. It says Evidence Center and Chinese newspaper have reported the Chinese parent leaders, including those in Chinatown, will use their last breath to support Anne. Because she is an immigrant and she
Next up. Caller, your line's unmuted. Call some other folks now. I'm going to promote Claire Liu.
Hi, DCCC members. My name is Claire Lau. I'm calling in as an Asian American and also a member of the San Francisco Bernie Kratz. I'm supporting member Gloria Berry's resolution. I do believe in restorative justice. However, at this moment, in seeing that there are a lot of tensions between our communities, especially between the Asian and Black communities, I do want us to emphasize healing and listening from our leaders. And I think that is what we need from our city leaders right now. And therefore, I think that Ansu has not exhibited that example of really listening and promoting understanding. And her words have been very hurtful. And therefore, I do believe that she needs to resign. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Caller, your line's unmuted. Please go ahead. All right, I'm going to remove them from the queue. Next up, I'm going to allow Lisa King.
Hello, can you
There's
hear
an
me?
echo.
Okay, I just turned off my phone. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
Hello, I'm calling to support Gloria Berry's resolution and Gloria Berry herself. Ansu needs to resign. There is no room for people who have such bias in our school board. I'm supporting Gloria Berry and her stance of standing with all children and people in humanity. She wouldn't have addressed Ms. Liu's racism had it not been harmful behavior she experienced firsthand. I hope that Ms. Liu and also Ms. Sue both reflect on their inherent bias and do the work to change their views towards people in general, and specifically the African-American racial identity and community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Roger Evans, followed by Tracy Brown. Roger Evans, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
If you're going to change anything in the school district, you have to have freedom of speech. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments. Tracy Brown.
I said it.
Yes, hi, my name is Tracy Brown. I'm the daughter of a 30-year school secretary, wife of a 20-year school district employee, mother of a school district para. There is absolutely no way that Shu can represent the Latino community, in particular, the Latino immigrant community. I've heard that she's representing the immigrant community, but please be clear that she does not represent the Latino immigrant community. I believe in restorative practices, and yet Ms. Shu has not reached out to any of our leadership to repair the harm. The racist comments insulting Black and Latino families is unacceptable for someone in this position to represent students. The Latino Task Force, the Latino Equity and Parity Coalition, SALT, which represents the Pacific Island community, Latino Parity and Equity, we are all outraged at the total ignorance in the harmful and racist remarks about lack of family support from Black and Brown families. Black and Brown, Native, Asian, Pacific Islander communities share many of the same struggles and similar.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next up is a caller line ending in 2622. Go ahead and unmute caller.
你好，我支持许徐安，因为呢，可以听到吗？
可以。
Go ahead.
因为呢，
徐安讲这句话的目的是什么呢？他是为了想帮助他们的孩子提高他们的成绩，这是他的目的，不存在什么政治上的倾向。所以，而且徐安做了教委之后呢，他做了很多的工作，去帮助我们这是一个教育系统，我们需要一个就是在教育方面做很多工作的人，而不是在政治方面去找很多政治方面的工作了。我的意思说，而且徐安做了这么多工作，你就只是凭他一句话就把他打下了，这是不公平，对所有人都不公平。徐安是一个很好的人，他有错，他这次说的话可能呢是有点不妥，但是他已经道了歉，而且呢这是对我们很好的一个教育，对所有人一个很好的教育，所以我支持徐安。等到11月份。
I can translate. So she says that Anne has been, the intention is to encourage parents to help their children improve, that she's worked hard for parents to understand the education system, and that Commissioner Sue made one statement and people are trying to take her down. She's a good person and she's made mistakes, but she's apologized.
Thank you for translating. Caller ending in 7171, go ahead.
Yes, good evening. This is Christina Limbach. I'm the attorney for the Friends of Lowell Foundation. Tonight, I would like to urge the Democratic Central Committee to exercise some restraint. I know Ann Shu. She's a remarkable individual. And if you haven't met her and spoken with her individually, I would ask that you not pass judgment on her tonight, but rather table this item. Her father was interned and was in a labor camp in China and was interned by the Maoists. She has actively campaigned against the Chinese government in defense of the Uyghurs. She is a widow, lost her husband within the last year. She is an empathetic, kind human being that can learn from misstatements and mistakes. She's not a racist. All of us have had said things in life that we regret that were wrong. Anne knows this. I've spent a lot of time with her. She offered to meet with the NAACP and representatives of the African American community for 1 hour a week, and that was rejected.
Next up is a caller ending in 2305. Caller, please unmute. We're going to move on.
Hi, 你好。
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, 你好。OK， 我係 Jessica， 聽唔聽到啊？
係，我哋聽到。你可以去 Jessica。OK，
你好，我係 Jessica， 我嘅名叫 Jessica， 我係三藩市嘅高中嘅家長。我哋嘅教委會除安可能喺主流社會同埋全國同埋三藩市嘅進步政治當中已經點咗一把火啦，所以個個都提緊呢個呢個財安有冇做錯點，但係喺我哋嘅三藩市中文報道咧就冇報道嘅，咁正如三藩市嘅標準報都冇講，所以我係代表三藩市家長同埋三藩市華人區用最後一口氣都係嚟支持我哋嘅教委會除安，因為佢係義民，佢係好理解我哋華人學生嘅情況，同埋雖然佢犯咗一個錯誤，但佢將利用呢個機會帶領所有嘅華人同埋亞裔移民同我一起前進。希望咧校區就唔好再搞政治啦，所以我會支持除安 ，Yes to Anne。
So this commenter, their name is Jessica. They are a SF high school parent, believes that Commissioner Sue, especially given her, that she is an immigrant, that she is here to really help students, and that Commissioner Sue noted that she was wrong, and this commenter expresses her support for Anne.
Great. Thank you for translating. Next is Camila Mena, followed by Brenda Barrios.
Good evening. My name is Camila. Thank you, Gloria, for presenting the resolution calling for Ann Sue's resignation. I'll say that it's disappointing that her riffraff comments about children were not grounds for her removal from the board to begin with. But I primarily want to note that Sue has made zero efforts to reach out to Latino parents and Latino leaders, which proves that she is not committed to learning, as she claimed in her apology, nor is she committed to learning a relationship with all the communities that she's harmed. In fact, as a Black Latina, I believe that her engagement with the Black community so far has been performative. And so I urge you all to support the resolution so we can move forward, because we cannot make time to learn for someone who is not intentionally committed to learning and growing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Brenda Barros.
Barros. Hi.
Barros.
Yes, my name is Brenda Barros, and I have 5 kids in the San Francisco Unified School District, grandchildren that are being brought up in this district. And I'd first like to say that racism is wrong no matter where it's coming from. We cannot keep making excuses for people who are racist. They don't need to become anti-racist if they're anti-Black on the backs of our kids, our Black and brown kids. And, you know, it's been going over and over. This is a long time. It's happening in city government and everything. It's time for San Francisco to finally not go along with this. These people do not represent most of the Asian community. I know a lot of Asian people, and they do not believe what she believes. They do not have that attitude about Black and brown kids. So this is a small section of the Asian community that unfortunately is racist. And I can't believe that she's not promoting anything other than her racist views out in her community, which is why some of our kids have issues in some of these schools when they deal with certain kids. So definitely support it. She needs to go.
Thank you for your comment. Next up is Kevin Ortiz.
Good evening, San Francisco Democrats. My name is Kevin Ortiz. I'm the founder and president of the Latinx Young Democrats, so I'll be invoking my presidential privileges. It's good to be here with all of you. I wish I was here on better news and circumstances. I'm also a taxpayer, since that apparently matters for this discussion. Many of you know I've had the opportunity of working with, organizing with you, and having the opportunity of building relationships with. I'm proud to be a mixed race Latino with Puerto Rican, Turkish, and Mexican descent. Being at the intersections of queer and mixed race identities has blessed me with many opportunities to forge relationships across racial and gender lines. It's insulting and appalling to say that Latino families do not care about the education of their children. The reason for many Latinos even traveling to this country was in search of a better life for their children. Cross-culturally, we have many shared immigrant struggles between the Latinx and AAPI community. And I do want to echo Ms. Barrows' remarks that this is a small fragment. Many of the folks that I know in the API community are committed to really working with Black and brown communities in solidarity. But I just got to be honest with you, SF Democrats, that Ann Sue hasn't even attempted to reach out to the Latino community. We've been working in unison with the Latino Task Force and the San Francisco Latinx Democratic Club, with the San Francisco and Latino Parity and Equity Coalition, which is comprised of 27 different Latino nonprofits in the mission and in the city. And Ann Sue has had, she could have taken the opportunity to reach out to any of us to have a beginning conversation. That hasn't happened, besides Josephine Zhao trying to reach out as her proxy for her, which is not what you should be doing if you're trying to apologize and work with someone. You should be reaching out directly to the community leaders. If she actually wanted to listen and learn, she would have contacted us directly. I'm really appalled by some of the folks that are saying now that, they want to push for restorative justice and they want to push for unity and take this opportunity to be healing. Selena Chu was shouting down Black and brown folks at the redistricting meetings, works hand in hand with Josephine Zhao. Mayor London Breed said that this was one of the most important decisions of her career, and yet this is a fumble. I got to be honest with you also as well, DCCC members, for the folks that are running for election and re-election, abstaining and voting no on this is a vote against the Latino community. We're watching, we have our endorsement processes coming up, so please respect the Latino community and understand that she is not fit to serve on the Board of Education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to unmute a couple more callers. Go ahead, caller.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
我想講我個名叫做 Kaki 先。這叫犯了錯誤，向連忙道歉。三藩市民主黨中央委員會必須為華人移民提供一個恢復的過程。徐安與去年的某人不同，其他人對亞裔社區作出羞辱和有害言論後，加倍其錯誤線進行訴訟。徐安卻發言要成為所有人嘅教會，請支持徐安。Yes to 徐安。Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Like half caught that. I think this commenter was noting that others don't often listen to the Chinese community, but Commissioner Su has, and this person expresses their support for Commissioner Su.
Great, thank you for translating. Next up, caller ending in 5217. Please unmute.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
大家好，我係 Sylvia， 我係三藩市校區一位唐人家長。教委徐安已經同多個團體會面，認真咁道歉啦。我哋咧一定會鞭責佢，佢會繼續專心做好校區嘅管治，唔搞政治，推動所有學生學業成功。請支持徐安 ，Yes to end. Thank you.
Thank you.
This commenter's name is Sylvia. They are an SF Chinatown resident. They believe that Commissioner Su will really continue to do better and help all students, and the commenter expresses their support for Commissioner Su.
Great. Two more callers. Caller ending in 9555. Go ahead. All right, I'm going to move on to Human Yu. Go ahead.
我係 Raymond， 我有細路仔喺三藩市校區讀書嘅，我係支持徐安，因為咧佢係一個移民，佢了解我哋移民家庭嘅需要，佢係知道而家三藩市各族裔、各種族之間嘅差異，佢講錯嗰個話咧就冇話咩其他意思，佢已經係誠懇咗道咗歉啦，咁我哋應該係俾機會佢係改正嘅，我係支持徐安。Yes to end.
So this commenter, their name is Raymond. They have children in the school district. They support Commissioner Su, who, knowing that she is an immigrant who has really helped other immigrants. Notes that Commissioner Su made a mistake, but that she's apologized and they should give her an opportunity to do better. And this person expresses support for Commissioner Su.
Great. Our last caller is Gail Eigel.
It's Gail Eigel. Thank you. I've been working at a school in the Mission for 21 years, and I'm extremely offended by Ms. Shu's comments. Not only the comment about children being riffraff, but the comments about Latino and Black families not caring. And I just don't think an apology can clear it up, especially because she has not invited, as has been said, the leaders of the Latino community. And I think she needs to step down. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Chair Mahogany, that concludes public comment.
Great. Thank you, Executive Director Garcia, and thank you to the members of the public who provided public comment. And thank you, members. I know this was that was quite a bit of public comment that we got through. Again, I know that sometimes public comment can be people feel very passionately about things. I do urge the public to please be respectful when providing comments. And again, once more, just a reminder to not address or direct your comments at any one member specifically, but you can make general comments to the body. Again, just thank you for taking the time to speak to the Democratic Party, and thank you again, members, for your patience and sitting through almost 2 hours of public comment. We still have more meeting to go, so thank you for your endurance. With that, we will move on to our next item, which I believe is reports. Coming up next, we have our DCC member reports, and it starts with the chair's report. And I do want to just take a second, and I wasn't sure that I was going to talk about this, but there's been so many things going on over the last few months that have been brought to our attention, and one of them, are the comments made by Ann Sue, and this is something that I really struggled with. I think it's been well documented that when the call for Allison Collins to resign came up and we had that vote at the DCCC, I opposed that because I felt like we needed time to have a discussion and to meet with the community and for communities to come together and try and work this out through restorative justice. That didn't end up happening. Allison Collins was also a part of the 3 school board members who were recalled, and I was against that. And I just keep feeling like we, as both Black and Latino and API communities, consistently get pitted against each other. And that is probably, as someone who grew up in the Outer Sunset, as someone who went to a majority API school, I feel this really hurts me deeply. There's been a lot of discrimination that I personally have faced as a Black person growing up in San Francisco and continuing to live and work and be in leadership positions in San Francisco. This is not something that I take lightly. And I also have said time and again that it is time that we dig deep, and do the work to bring our communities together. Because I just think that the current political climate has gotten too toxic. It's gotten too divisive, and we haven't taken those opportunities because they're hard to heal. And I want to acknowledge and hear all the people in the public comment, all the people who are members of this body who have been deeply hurt time and again. This isn't easy. And for me, I feel as though I personally have a duty to do everything I can to try and bring folks together. And so, we voted to bring this resolution to be voted on. I think that in all honesty, it may be in everyone's best interest if Ann Sue were to resign, because I do agree with one of the public commenters who said, having someone in this leadership position, it's not necessarily the best space to do learning. And, I can't argue with that. But what I do think that we need is time to have these conversations and to work together and to do the hard work of bringing our communities together. So I just want to say this for me is a very, very personal, and I want to acknowledge the hurt that I'm hearing, especially from the Latino community who has not been brought in the same way it sounds like as the African-American community. Again, I was not in that NAACP meeting where other things were brought up. Certainly there are many, many things that we need to discuss, and I don't think that we've had the space to do that. So I just wanted to say, I am deeply committed and have a history of doing anti-racist work and advocating for anti-racist work. And I think sometimes that work is hard and sometimes that work needs time. I also want to address that, I believe that Gloria Member Berry has been a huge, huge champion, when it comes to anti-racism work in the Democratic Party. And, she bringing this, and I respect that she has brought up this resolution, and thank you for bringing this forward. but that is the reason why I abstained. But I also wanted to address that, we did receive some comments in regards to, Member Berry asking a question during the endorsement process. And I did review the footage, and perhaps Member Berry could have asked the question better. It could have been more open-ended, but I believe she was speaking to her experience, something that she had heard, and she wanted clarification on that. And it does hurt me that the situation blew up from there and that it was perceived as an attack. And, I just want to say that, again, I think that we have to take a step back, not just yell at each other, and we need to figure out better ways to work together and have conversations. And I think that Member Berry was coming from a place of wanting to actually hear the other side on that issue. So I just wanted to say that in support of Member Berry. And I'm sure she will, talk more about this when we get to endorsements. But again, these last few months, but really for a very long time now, I feel like the Black and API communities in particular have been pitted against each other. And I am going to reaffirm that I am very committed to doing the work to make sure that we are figuring out ways to work together and come together, even if that means taking some time, and even if that means, in this case, abstaining from adding that resolution to the agenda. So with that, I will also want to note that we have been hard at work here at the Democratic Party, doing many, many things. On a lighter note, it was really great to see so many DCCC members at the California State Convention. We had a really great time being with fellow Democrats, pushing for some really great initiatives and coming out with endorsements for our statewide propositions. So thank you for all of our members who participated and who went down to LA, and hope that more members can join us next time. With that, I also wanted to provide a brief update that our fundraiser for Jackie Spear and giving her a Lifetime Achievement Award is well underway. It's only a month away, and I know that Member Thomas will speak to this more later, but we could really use folks' help in helping us sell some tables. We are selling tables, and that's great, but we need to sell more. And I want to give a shout out to those people who have agreed to be table captains. I believe Vice Chair Galata and Member Morales and others have agreed to be table captains to help, make sure that we raise the funds to properly honor our retiring Congresswoman, who's been such a huge champion for us, but also to help raise some funds to support the party that we are all members of. So please, if you have not done so already, make sure to reach out to either our Executive Director, Moises Garcia, or Member Thomas to sign up to help, maybe captain a table, or give us some names of folks you think we should call, so that we can make sure that this event is a successful fundraiser for the San Francisco Democratic Party. And then lastly, I just will reaffirm Susan Pfeiffer's statement that we definitely have a chance of keep maintaining both the House and the Senate and potentially earning some seats. So please, let's not miss this opportunity to finally get the majority that we need to pass important legislation for protections on codifying a woman's right to choose, codifying protections for our most vulnerable communities. So many things that we will speak to also later on during our resolutions, including what's happening with our EPA. So please do get involved. If you have the time, volunteer at one of our twice a week phone banks, and make sure that we are maintaining our majority in the House and the Senate. So with that, I know we have a lot to get through, so I will pass it on to our next report, which is our outreach with our first Vice Chair, Lacroix.
Thank you so much, Chair Mahogany. I just want to first say thank you for your comments around just bringing more solidarity and discussion, and just building collaboration between all the communities, API, Black, Latino, Brown, etc. I will reserve the rest of my comments on this, and particularly to the resolution, for later, and get on to the officer report. So first, we are signed up for Sunday Streets in August and September. So August 21st, in Soma and September 18th in, oh my gosh, I can't read my own handwriting, but August or September 18th. And we'll be joined, we're working on being joined by SFYD, so it'd be nice. And also with our chief voter outreach or voter registration, Keith. And so we will just make sure that we have enough folks who are willing to table there, even if it's for like an hour or 30 minutes, or you just want to pop by and say hello. We welcome everyone. So we'll be submitting or sending out a sign-up sheet via email for folks to join. I also had a chance recently to sit down with some members of our Democratic clubs. And one of the things that come up was just folks feeling, one, they want to feel a little more connected to the DCCC, and also like, because we are the umbrella for our chartered clubs, and also them needing some support around like membership, database management, and fundraising, and things of that nature. And one of the things that really kind of lit a light bulb for me is having our leadership circle that we had, in our 2016 cohort. And so I want to work with our director, Garcia, and our executive committee to bring back the leadership circle so that we can bring the leaders from each Democratic club together just to talk through those things. And if there are any pain points, maybe we can smooth them out. I think that's all for me for now. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix, and I'm excited for Sunday Streets. That's going to be fun. And then now we will go on to Vice Chair Braca for voter registration.
Hello, everyone. I won't be very long tonight. I just want to highlight a couple of things. The first thing is, of course, joining forces with our outreach team and doing voter registration at Sunday Streets. Thanks for getting that on the calendar, Leah, much appreciated. As far as the Dem clubs, if you want to feel more connected, please feel more connected and come out and register some voters, please. We'd love to have you. We connect with voters and voting citizens all the time out there. One of the greatest ways to do it. And don't forget, you have to change your voter registration status if you've moved or you've changed your name, or if you, for some reason, want to change parties. You have to re-register. The other thing that I wanted to mention was that I didn't get a chance because I've been on vacation, and then I had a little work-related injury of late that I've been nursing. So I wasn't at last month's meeting because I was on vacation, but I did want to take the time to really thank Susan Pfeiffer for all of her work that she did, making sure that graduating seniors had the opportunity to register to vote. I was really happy with the work we were able to do for the graduating classes of several high schools. I know we talked about this last month, but I wanted to take the opportunity to say personally thank you to Susan and to Moises for doing such a great job in leading that project. Again, voter registration is fundamental to what we do as Democrats. And please, if you're interested, reach out to me through Moises. He knows that he can give out my cell phone because I appreciate a text message over an email any day. You can reach me that way if you have any ideas or you'd like to work with the voter registration committee. That is all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Braca. We will now, we have club chartering on the agenda, but we don't have any updates there. So we will move on to issues and resolutions with Vice Chair Levitt.
Thank you. So our Issues and Resolutions Committee handles the ballot measures coming up on the November ballot. And we will be having our endorsement interviews for the other candidate offices, as well as for all the ballot measures that are local. And I'll just kind of name the topic of a number of significant ones. Homeless department oversight. There are 2 measures on affordable housing streamlining. One to support student success and SFUSD. One on refining the behested payments ordinance to deal with corruption in the city. There's competing measures with regard to access to roads in JFK and also Great Highway. There's a guaranteed income measure, also a vacant homes tax, and then a parcel tax to support public higher education at City College. So there is a lot out there. And I'm going to put the link to the web site where there's a form that you all as representatives of these campaigns can fill out, whether you're representing candidates running in November or the ballot measures. So please fill out the form, and that helps our executive director, Moises, and also helps us in managing the endorsement interviews. Then we will attempt to reach out as much as we can to those that we know are missing before we head to the August 6th, the Saturday, August 6th endorsement interviews, and that will be on Zoom. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Levitt. We will now move on to, Member Galata is not here, so we're going to skip over partnerships, unless Mr. Ochoa, you have a report from him.
No updates, but Peter is enjoying a much needed vacation, and I'm happy to be here in his place.
Thank you. Well, welcome. Sorry I didn't give you a shout out earlier, but welcome. I think you've proxied before though. Yeah? No? Oh, well, welcome. My apologies.
Thank you.
We will now move on to a report from our treasurer, but I know that she is absent. Executive Director Garcia, are you able to give a brief update?
Yeah, so I can. Currently, both our state and our federal accounts sit at $4,000, which is low, but that's primarily because we've done a lot of the prepayments for our gala event. And so now we're looking to get more of those checks in to refill our coffers, as well as once we kick off our endorsement season, then we'll also be reaching out to folks to fund our mailing campaign. So we should see those account balances go up dramatically, hopefully, in the coming weeks.
Thank you for that update. We will now move on to fundraising with Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Sorry, folks, I'm having bandwidth issues tonight, so I am trying to keep all my video feeds off so I don't get disconnected. But as Chair Mahogany mentioned earlier, we are well underway in our celebration of Jackie Spear planning. We have got the initial asks out to serve standard stakeholders, but we are really looking for the DCCC members to step up and be table captains. Definitely want to thank members Morales and Galata, also members, also Skylar Hudak, member Dufty, Kathleen, Brian Perkins, for stepping up and joining our group and helping find sponsors. We're proud to announce that we have some initial sponsors that we can confirm, including Kevin Mullen, the Golden State Warriors, and Ground Floor, as well as a few others. Sorry if I didn't mention them just yet, but we will try to push these out through our public messaging. But we really would love to have every facet of the DCCC behind this. No matter what flavor of Democrat you are, Jackie Spear has been a fantastic Democrat her entire career, really advocated for every aspect of what it means to be a Democrat, and is a really great example for all of us to look up to and to celebrate at this time. So I really would love to have every member of the DCCC be a table captain. But if not, if you don't feel you can do it on your own because you haven't done it before or you're nervous, we can pair you with a veteran so that you can feel more comfortable in that space. If it's something you've done before, please give us a call, reach out to Moises or I. We'd really love to have your participation in it. And that is it for the report.
Thank you so much, Member Thomas. We will now go back to Vice Chair Levitt with interns. Oh, you're muted still, Vice Chair Levitt.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we are excited to announce that we have 2 interns for the DCCC this summer, and this is going to be a really wonderful opportunity both ways. we've invited both of these interns to come and speak. This year, we're doing a little differently because we'd like to have 2 interns in the summer. And then as we head into November elections with some really critical races that are national as well, then we will bring on 2 interns for the fall. So I've been working closely with Executive Director Moises Garcia. So I see Skylar. I want to introduce Skylar Holmgren Lee. She graduated from Bay School and she is heading to UC Berkeley this fall. And we're very excited. We'd like you to take a minute and a half to tell us more about yourself and why you want to intern and learn about politics in San Francisco.
Hello, as Vice Chair Lovett mentioned, my name is Skylar Holmgren Lee. To tell you a little bit about me, I've been passionate for social justice for as long as I can remember. As a part of the San Francisco Human Rights Commission Student Relations Council at my middle school, and by taking some really inspiring civics, diplomacy, and foreign policy classes in high school, I learned that government and politics can be a really important avenue for social change. Leading up to the 2020 election, I got involved by phone banking and writing letters to swing state voters, and I was a poll worker. This November, I'm really looking forward to voting in my first election. As an intern, I'm especially interested in learning about the efforts the party is making toward addressing economic disparities and housing locally. On a less local level, I'm interested in addressing gun violence and increasing access to reproductive health care by ensuring access for San Franciscans and increasing access for people from other states as well. Thank you for the opportunity to intern with the DCCC. I hope to get to know you all better in the coming months and learn more about the inspiring work you do.
Thanks so much, Skylar. Welcome aboard. And we also have Melissa Morales Murueta. And she graduated from Mission High. I spent a year volunteering their wonderful school. She is going on to UC Santa Cruz. And take a minute and a half and tell us why you're interning with the DCCC.
Hi all, so once again, my name is Melissa Morales. I'm a recent graduate from Mission High School and I'll be attending UC Santa Cruz this fall. And I'm hoping to major in cognitive science. And in all honesty, from a young age, social justice and my community's well-being has always been important to me because it has been something that I've grown up with and will continuously advocate for because of who I am and where I grew up. Being undocumented while growing up in the US has been challenging, and it's something that is prevalent all around the US, which is one of the many reasons as to why I want to step into politics, to advocate for folks like me who deserve a chance in succeeding. In addition, through this internship, I'm excited about learning what goes into advocating, making, and implementing a policy, amongst many other things. Through this internship, I also hope to gain experience in order to advocate in a higher level for the public school education system to get properly funded, so systemically underrepresented youth and families have access and resources that are needed, and to also advocate for much needed free housing and services that would help with unhoused folks all around the Bay Area and maybe even at a higher level. So thank you for your time, and I'm really hoping to get to know everybody, like Skylar mentioned, and I'm just excited for my time here. Thank you.
Welcome, Melissa. Let's just give them a round of applause. Awesome. So we really look forward to working with Skylar and Melissa. And if for some reason you know someone or have actually submitted an application for the fall, hold tight. There's only so many of us on the DCCC, and sometimes we wear different hats. We're trying to get through this next phase with endorsements. But in August, we will be working through that process to select our fall interns. And hopefully you should hear by our August meeting. All right, thanks so much. Reports over.
Thank you so much, Member Levitt, and welcome again to Skylar and Melissa. We're so excited to have you. So thank you in advance for all the work that you're going to be doing for us. With that, we will move on to our report from our Executive Director, Moises Garcia.
Keep it brief. I also wanted to make sure to thank Team Pelosi for her instrumental support and allowing us to pay our interns a great wage. And so we really want to thank her and her office. And then as per my report, kind kind of piggyback on what Leah, Vice Chair Lacroix said earlier, and the clubs needing support. I'm excited that through the California Democratic Party, we actually get a license to PDI, and we're able to also offer a sub-license to all the clubs, so that they don't have to, so they can do their own, when they do any kind of slate mail piece, they'll be able to use PDI to create their universes. If they want to do their own phone banking or door knocking, they can create their own universe and turfs. And so that's a great thing they have that we provide as part of the DCCC on their behalf. And additionally, I'll be reaching out to them next week to provide them that contract if they'd like to pursue having a PDI license, as well as to get their biannual reportings. So you'll hear from me soon. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Garcia, for your report. We will move on to a report from our CDP Region 6 Director, Henny Kelly.
Hi there. I am Henny Kelly, and I just got through with 2 days at the Democratic, not Democratic Party, the union endorsement convention, and that was very interesting. All in all, I think they backed almost every one of the people that the Democratic Party had, and it was a very interesting thing. And what I would like to say, though, is that I really believe that one of the best things that we can do to make sure that the Democratic Party grows is what you are doing with having young people work with you, because they have really amazing new ideas. And I saw that at this convention. I saw it at the Democratic convention when the e-board, that there were young people there who were really not, they were in high school, they were in the first years of college, and they really believed in what we're trying to do. So I want to tell you that that is a wonderful thing. One of the things that the party is trying to do, of course, is to figure out how the way that the different ADs were changed, et cetera, the numbers and everything, how that will work with regional directors, and how that will work with different counties working together. So that's one of the things that we are going to be looking at. And Moises said that he was at one of those meetings, and he told us that didn't think, well, we're not going to be changed, because there were really no changes in San Francisco. But that is something that the party is working for. Has anybody said anything about the extravaganza at Manny's this weekend, where they're having, they have, thank you very much. I saw a head shake and say that. I was at Manny's, and I really think that this is worthwhile. If you have any friends who are Democrats and haven't glommed on to an organization yet, get them to come, and we'll tell them what the Democratic Party, your Democratic Party, is going to do too. And that's about all I have. I think things are going pretty well. We have meetings bi-weekly for regional directors, and so we are kept up on all the news. And if anything new comes along, I'll call Moises and tell him, so that we will be right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Kelly. Appreciate all of your work and your update. We will now move on to, I believe we have an update in regards to the issue of voter outreach contract for the November 8th election. This is also under Vice Chair Galata, but Executive Director Garcia, do you have an update you can provide?
Yeah. So the committee decided, so when we first issued the RFP at the beginning of the year, we actually created it to both cover the primary and the general. And since Jim Stearns' firm kind of really blew everyone out of the water, we decided that we'd like to continue that contract for the general election. You're on mute, Chair Mahogany.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for that update. We will now move on to item number 7.
Oh, sorry, Chair. We'd like to give that contract. We need a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. Okay, I thought that, sorry, thank you for clarifying. Can we have a motion to, is it a motion to extend the contract from?
Correct. To extend Jim Stearns' contract to the general election.
Okay. Would someone like to make that motion? Member Loftus.
Yeah, thank you. Just have a quick question. Did we, in the process, were there any other considerations of women-owned firms or people of color? I know that obviously Jim's got a tremendous reputation, but I think this body cares deeply about using our resources to ensure that we're building a more diverse Democratic Party. So I think it would be useful for people watching to understand what our process was in that regard and if there were other people we considered.
Oh, absolutely. We actually discussed this a few months ago when we first considered the contract, and we reviewed all, I think there were 3 or 4.
There were 3.
There were 3 different.
We received 3 bids. And really, yeah, essentially just in terms of cost, no one could really meet Jim Stearns' value to the party. And so even with the considerations of female-owned firms or POC-owned firms, just in terms of cost, they really wildly outweighed what Jim was able to provide.
Got it. So can you just share what the breakdown was of the other firms? Were they POC-owned, women-owned, just in terms of understanding these?
One was women-owned. Sorry, let me pull this up. Yeah, one was women-owned. MJE, who we worked with in the past. They were the firms that we had solicited. And then another one was Imprenta. They're from Southern California, and they're a POC-owned firm. And then in terms of what they came back with us in terms of cost, for a kind of a standard, for a citywide mailer with 185,000 pieces, not including postage, Jim Stearns came at a price of $33,000. MGE was $44,000, and Imprenta was $88,000.
Yeah, so I think I would just say generally as a, obviously there are, I think everyone in this group is aware that there are various systemic reasons why probably it might be easier for certain businesses to cut their costs. And this is a great contract. So I would just hope that the committee considers ongoingly that our values are deeply rooted in ensuring that whatever funding we have is also something that's going towards supporting diverse communities, especially economically. So, you know, I just think we have to go into this with eyes wide open about that is all I would say. I respect the committee's work and their due diligence, and I certainly wouldn't question that, but I do think the people of San Francisco do expect us to live our values. And with regard to where we're spending large chunks of money, all due respect to Jim Stearns, but a straight white male consultant for this Democratic Party is one that I think we should at least be aspirational in terms of subsequent times where we seek out other amazing people of color and women to submit bids.
Thank you, Member Loftus. And, I just want to reaffirm that we did have that discussion when we first did this, but, it is good to revisit and, definitely a point that's well taken. So thank you. Are there any other comments that folks would like to make? All right, seeing none, did we have someone make a motion? I don't think we did. The motion would be to extend the contract through the November 8th election.
So move.
Thank you, Member Barry. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Member Thomas. I think we can do this by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Nay. Loftus.
Any abstentions? All right. Thank you very much, Democrats. We will now move on to item number 7, which is our endorsement of candidates for local elected office for the November 8th election. We'll be voting on San Francisco Public Defender, Assessor Recorder, and then the district supervisors for 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. And due to the fact that I am a candidate for the District 6 supervisor race, I am going to be turning over the gavel and handing it to our first vice chair, Leah Lacroix. So thank you, Leah, for stepping up.
The gavel. So yeah, we're calling item 7A. I will invite the endorsement co-chairs Ibanez and Berry to kind of provide remarks and share the overview of the endorsement solution, like the candidate interview process, before we jump into item 7A. If either of you would like to provide any remarks.
Thank you, Chair Lacroix. I wanted to first state that the co-chair, Ibanez, it's her birthday. So happy birthday to her. And that's why she is not here tonight. She's away. And also I want to thank members who showed up to the endorsement meeting Saturday to listen to the interviews or sent their proxy, and even some that listened on Facebook Live. I would also like to thank all the candidates that have sought our endorsement and their time they took filling out the questionnaires. And then I would like to give a special shout out and thank you to our executive director, Moises Garcia, who was an instrumental force for the process and still is, and the process has just begun. But thank you so much. He helped make us look professional and did a lot on his own with no interns. And thank you. So just an update for endorsements, the school board, college board, and BART board, if they haven't already got their questionnaires tonight, they will get them tomorrow. That endorsement interview meeting will be August 6th, and sorry, my daughter's calling about her son, but and then the vote will be a special meeting on August 13th. That will be for school board, college board, and BART board. District attorney will be in September, and the reason why is because it was an unexpected recall. Candidates did not have the luxury of filing early in the June election, and we need to be able to give time for people to file their papers and get them their questionnaires, which would not be probably done by August 6th. Other than that, let's get into it, the endorsement process. Is there a proxy here for Ibanez? Because I wanted to make sure she had any words. I don't see her.
That's myself, and she didn't have anything to add for this portion.
Okay. So yeah, let's get into it. I would like to call on Janice Lee to
explain the vote. It's been 2 years since we did a full-fledged vote, and she'll explain the process, including the ranking and whatnot. She's already got her spreadsheet all set up. And go ahead, Member Lee.
Yep, thank you so much, Chair Barry. Appreciate that and all the work you and Chair Ibanez have done. All right, so I'm going to give like a high-level explanation, but Edie Garcia did send an email this morning that gives a lot more details, cites the bylaws if you really want to go through that. Then I'm going to go through a fresh recall just to make sure I have everyone here and who the proxies are at this point in the meeting, and then we'll start with the votes. So all of the races we will be making an endorsement on today are ranked choice single candidate races, single winner races. We will go in order and determine the order of our endorsements for rank 1, rank 2, then rank 3. If no candidate or a no endorsement reaches 50+1 on the first pass for a round of voting, I will repeat that voting round until we get to 50+1. So for example, say I'm running, well, let's say we're doing the public defender race and it's Moises, Keith, and Leah who are running for public defender. If on the first round, rank 1, the votes get split 1/3 for Moises, 1/3 for Keith, and 1/3 for Leah, that means no one gets 50+1 for the first rank for public defender, and we repeat that. So really think about that and listen to one another and pay attention as we're voting. If we get to 50+1 on that round of voting, then we move on to the next rank as long as there is another candidate. Endorsements voting for that race is complete if we complete all 3 rounds for rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3, or if a no endorsement reaches 50+1 threshold at any rank. So say we're doing public defender, sorry to pick on Mano, Raju, and Rebecca Young here, but say we're doing public defender and the first round, rank 1, we get more than 50% of DCCC saying no endorsement on that race. Voting ends, we're done, we move on to the next vote. At the start of every round of voting, I will repeat what options you have, and then I will work with Moises as ED and both Annabelle, I know she's not here, and Gloria as the endorsements committee chairs. They can see and hold me accountable to my votes, and then I should be able to announce the results of the votes immediately. Does anyone have any questions about the process? I think once we get into it, it'll become very clear how this works.
I see that Brian has his hand raised.
Just as a clarification, how does an abstain count mathematically?
So an abstain just lowers the total number of vote threshold. So if one person, if you abstain, it just, so say there are 10 people who do vote and 3 people who abstain, the 50+1 means that you just need 5+1, so 6 votes counts as 50+1.
Are there any other clarifying questions before we get into item 7A? Seeing none, I just have 2 asks of everyone. One, I think recording secretary you already do is to, you and or Chair Barry, is to say the names of the candidates so we're all clear on who the candidates are for each race. And also for all of us, I just ask that we all are attentive and listening and ready to cast our votes when your name is called. If you need to pass, fine, say pass, but just be ready so that this process can go a little faster. Is that great? All right, let's get started. So for item 7A, San Francisco Public Defender, Janice, may you read the names of the candidates, please?
Yeah, I'm also realizing, Moises, you could probably help me with roll call. I'm just going to skip roll call because I think we have actually everyone here. But if you're here and I miss you, you've got to type it in chat right away. All right, so this is for public defender. For rank 1, your options are Mano Raju, Rebecca Young, no endorsement, or abstain. Member Avalos.
A point of information, sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
Is there a moment for comment prior to voting on these, or are we going just straight to votes?
Same
Yes.
question.
Yes, sorry. I was just so excited to jump straight in. Yes, there is a moment for comments. And now would be the time. If there are any comments around that particular endorsement, I see. First hand I saw was Member Tung, and then Member Thomas, and then Member Loftus.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to state publicly that I will be abstaining from this vote. I will begin a job with the District Attorney's Office on August 8th. And in consideration of that and the special relationship that it has with the Public Defender's Office, and with due respect to Member Raju, I will abstain from this voting in this race. I did sit in on part of the endorsement interviews, and there were some issues that were raised that were internal to the Public Defender's Office. I did receive a call from somebody from the Public Defender's Office to kind of counter those claims, but because those are internal issues and because of the position that I'll be taking up, I will respectfully abstain from taking a vote on this. Thank you.
Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just convey to folks, I am currently overseeing a union endorsement process in this race and in several others, so I will need to abstain from the vote so that we can honor the process that we're doing in our union endorsement. However, I greatly respect what Manaraju has done in his office and appreciate his candidacy in this race.
Okay, Member Loftus, then Member Berry.
Yes, I'm happy to share with everyone that back in the day, you know, in the Hall of Justice, usually there's days assigned to a prosecutor and a public defender. So Manohar Raju was my partner in department, I think it was Department 10. And so I spent a lot of time in court with him, and just want to offer that, you know, we certainly don't agree on everything. And I think it's a good reminder that we don't always need to, but I really appreciated his professionalism, the kind of lawyer he is. And so I'm happy to support him. After having been with him in court and throughout the various years, happy to support him today.
And Member Berry, or Chair Berry.
Thank you, Chair LaCroix. I just wanted to give my input about this race, that from the interviews on Saturday, different issues were brought up, and use Member Loftus' words, back in the day, I used to, and a lot of people in the community used to refer to the public defender as a public pretender. And people felt like they weren't getting adequate representation. And I feel with our current public defender, Raju, that he's doing a lot to restructure the way that office is ran, and not the traditional white male leadership that used to be prior to, for years. He's really trying to elevate that. And I just wanted to say that the streets, I talked with the streets, and they really appreciated candidate Young, Rebecca Young's efforts and the way she did her job in that office. So nothing bad there, but I will be solely endorsing Member Raju so that there's continuity, because in the justice system, I would hate to be in a jail cell right now with all the politics in San Francisco. And we need continuity, and for people to not have a constant change of policy. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Chair Berry. This is the last call for any discussion on this item. Seeing none, let's go straight into the vote. Remember, please be ready when your name is called.
All right, thank you so much, Vice Chair Lacroix. So once again, your options are Mano Raju, Rebecca Young, no endorsement, or abstain. All right, so Member Avalos.
Manu Raju.
Avalos Raju, Member Baraka.
Public Defender Raju.
Baraka Raju, Member Barry.
Raju.
Member Barry, Raju, Member Campos.
Raju.
Member Campos, Raju, Member Chen.
Raju.
Member Chen, Raju, Member Dufty. That's Member
Raju,
Wong.
Raju.
Thank you. Member Dufty is Raju, Member Galata.
Raju.
Galata, Raju, Member Ibanez. Lee, that's you. Lee Lovett.
Raju.
Thank you. Member Ibanez, Raju, Member Kim.
Mono Raju.
Kim, Raju, Member Lacroix.
Raju.
Raju, Member Lee, Raju. Member Loftus.
Manohar Raju.
Loftus, Raju, Member Lovett.
Raju.
Lovett, Raju, Member Mahogany.
Raju.
Mahogany, Raju, Member Middleman. Member Middleman.
Raju.
Middleman, Raju, Member Mar.
Raju.
Member Mar, Raju, Member Moliga.
Manu Raju.
Moliga, Raju, Member Morales. Member Morales, John Avalos, John. Thank you.
I believe you're still on mute, John.
Oh, you're still on mute. You're still on mute, John. Can you unmute to help us with Morales's vote? Okay, maybe you can type it. Member Raju.
Raju.
Raju. Member Ronan.
Raju.
Ronan Raju. Member Thomas.
Abstain.
Thomas abstained. Member Tong.
Abstain.
Tong abstained. Member Williams.
Raju.
Williams, Raju. Member Zoe.
Raju.
Zoe, Raju. Member Feinstein.
Abstain.
Feinstein abstained. Member Pelosi.
Raju.
Pelosi, Raju. Member Spear.
Raju.
Spear, Raju. Member Kounalakis. Oh, sorry. Absent. Member Ma.
Raju.
Ma, Raju. Member Cohen.
Raju.
Cohen, Raju. Member Weiner.
Raju.
Weiner, Raju. Member Haney.
Manu Raju.
Haney, Raju. Member Ting.
Ting Raju.
Ting, Raju. I just want to check, John, if you can unmute yourself for Carolina Morales's vote.
He actually did say Raju already.
Yes, but he is the proxy for Member Morales, but
I think he said it at the same time as Raju.
Got it. Okay, well, you got it?
Yeah, I'm having some major internet problems.
Okay, but the vote for Member Morales is recorded for Raju. So for SFDCCC, congratulations. Mano Raju, you have received the #1 endorsement from the SFDCCC for Public Defender. There were 29 votes for Raju, 0 for Young, and 3 abstentions. So now we will move on to rank 2. Your options here are Rebecca Young, no endorsement, or abstain. So, Member Avalos.
No endorsement.
Avalos, no endorsement. Baraka. Yeah, Member Baraka.
No endorsement.
Baraka, no endorsement. Member Barry.
No endorsement.
Barry, no endorsement. Member Campos.
No endorsement.
Campos, no endorsement. Member Chen.
No endorsement.
Chen, no endorsement. Member Dufty. That's you, Member Chanel Williams.
No endorsement.
Thank you. Dufty, no endorsement. Member Collada.
No endorsement.
Collada, no endorsement. Ibanez.
No endorsement.
Ibanez, no endorsement. Member Kim. Member Jane Kim.
No endorsement.
Thank you. Kim, no endorsement. Member Lacroix.
No endorsement.
Lacroix, no endorsement. Lee, no endorsement. Member Loftus.
No endorsement.
Loftus, no endorsement. Member Lovett.
No endorsement.
Lovett, no endorsement. Member Chair Mahogany.
No endorsement.
Mahogany, no endorsement. Member Mandelman.
No endorsement.
Member Mandelman, no endorsement. Member Marr.
No endorsement.
Marr, no endorsement. Member Maliga.
No endorsement.
Maliga, no endorsement. Member Morales.
No endorsement.
Morales, no endorsement. Member Raju.
No endorsement.
Raju, no endorsement. Member Ronan.
No endorsement.
Ronan, no endorsement. Member Thomas.
Abstain.
Thomas abstain. Member Tung.
Abstain.
Tung abstain. Member Williams.
No endorsement.
Williams, no endorsement. So.
No endorsement.
Thank you. No endorsement. Member Feinstein.
Abstain.
Feinstein abstain. Member Pelosi.
No endorsement.
Pelosi, no endorsement. Member Spear.
No endorsement.
Spear, no endorsement. Member Ma. Member Ma? Is Izzy Maloof there? If not, Member Cohen.
No endorsement.
No endorsement. Cohen, no endorsement. Member Weiner.
No endorsement.
Weiner, no endorsement. Member Haney.
No endorsement.
Haney, no endorsement. Member Ting.
Ting, no endorsement.
All right. After rank 2, there were 0 votes for Young, 3 abstentions, and 28 for no endorsement. So for the race of public defender, congratulations, Public Defender Mano Rajo, you have received the sole endorsement from SFDCCC.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
All right. Let's move.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's move swiftly into item 7B, which is for San Francisco Assessor Recorder. Are there any clarifying questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll turn it over to Recording Secretary Lee.
Would it be possible to make a motion to sole endorse Joaquin Torres for Assessor Recorder by acclamation?
Yes.
Second.
So moved.
Hearing the motion from Member Loftus, is there a second?
Second.
Don't chime in all at once, everyone. I believe I heard Vice Chair Baraka first. So motion by Loftus, second by Baraka. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, are there any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay,
Spear.
Spear abstains. Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much and congratulations. Do you have everything you need, Recording Secretary Lee? Good to hear. All right, now on to item 7C, which is San Francisco Board of Supervisors District 2. Again, are there any clarifying questions or comments on this particular item? All right, Recording Secretary, the floor is yours.
Could I perhaps entertain a motion to consider sole endorsement of Catherine Stephanie for District 2 Supervisor?
Second.
So moved.
Thank you.
I hear a motion from Member Loftus, second by Member Williams. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please indicate so.
Oppose.
Okay, we have a no from Member Barry. Any abstentions?
Abstain, Thomas.
Right. If you
Morales.
All right, if you can include your name in the chat just to make sure that we have an accurate recording, and we'll take a moment to pause. Yeah, Galata abstaining. Anyone else? Member
Morales.
Okay. Member Thomas abstains on District 2.
Great, so that I have it. There was just opposition from Member Barry and then abstentions by members Kim, Galata, Morales, and Thomas. Is that correct?
That is what I'm seeing, yes.
Great.
Okay. Congratulations, Supervisor Stephanie. Okay, on to item 7B, San Francisco Board of Supervisors, District 4. Are we, Member Barry or Chair Barry?
Is this the discussion period?
Yes.
Okay. Chair, maybe should have made this statement earlier, but in this particular race, I wanted to apologize for how I asked a question during the D4 interview process on Saturday. And I came from a place of pain, and it's apparent that there needs to be more healing, unity, and love in San Francisco. That's the end of that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Barry. Are there any other comments or clarifying questions before we jump into voting?
Yeah, I didn't raise my hand.
It's okay. Go ahead, Member Loftus.
Okay, thanks, Vice Chair. Well, first of all, I want to appreciate Member Barry for her comments. I did get a number of calls from people in the community who are concerned about that. So I just appreciate her reflections and so appreciate what she just shared about what we need to do as a city. So I'll put that aside. I will just say, as someone who has sought this body's endorsement before, I'm a little bit perplexed in this race. I'm a D4 resident. You know, you guys know how I feel about this area of town. And the only person who's called me is my supervisor, Gordon Marr, and I'm excited to support him. But I will just say, I'm surprised that I haven't heard from the other candidates. So I just want to say that, you know, gosh, the Democratic Party's endorsement's a big deal. And I've been a Democrat my whole life, and it meant a lot to me to be endorsed by this body. And I'm just surprised in this race that I haven't heard from other folks. So I'll talk to them hopefully at some point, but just want to flag that I'll be supporting Supervisor Marr for his work and for his relationship. And I'm surprised that other candidates in this race haven't reached out.
Thanks. Member Galata.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just want to emphasize my Peter's support, Member Galata's support for Supervisor Marr. And just also as a personal note, I was there as proxy at the endorsement meeting on Saturday, and I do want to say that it was pretty disturbing, in addition to the comments that were made, but also the fact that one of the candidates did not know what Vision Zero was. As San Franciscans, we should all know what Vision Zero is at this point, and ensuring that pedestrians and cyclists are safe on our streets, and that slow streets are respected, and that people have access to transportation. And it just reaffirmed, I think, support for Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, Member Thomas.
I'd like to join everybody in saying the praises of Supervisor Marr as a leader and a friend of organized labor, not only during his time on the Board of Supervisors, but even prior to that. And if possible, I'm wondering if we can do this vote also by acclamation.
Yes, hold on one second. Vice Chair Baraka.
I too am enthusiastically supporting Supervisor Marr, and I'm also, of course, so proud to state that he has the endorsement of Local 798, our firefighters union. So I will be voting for Supervisor Marr solely for supervisor tonight.
Member Spear.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to note that the Congresswoman hasn't made up her decisions about endorsements in the supervisors races yet. So unfortunately, I'll be abstaining in all of the supervisors races, but it's not a reflection on any of the candidates, and certainly not on Supervisor Marr. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Member Williams.
Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed to speak right now, but Gordon Marr has been an amazing mentor in my life. And I would be, you know, I have to say something. And he's just a phenomenal human being. He deserves everything. So yes, I support him 100%.
Awesome. Okay. I've heard from Member Thomas that there's a need, or I want to have this be a vote of acclamation. So are there any motions?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Chair Mahogany, second by, I'm sorry, I missed that.
Pelosi.
Second by Pelosi. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
No opposition. And are there any abstentions?
Abstain. Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay, please.
Wait, hold on.
indicate-
Can we pause? Was there someone who was not supporting?
There was, someone said no.
Okay, if that's the case, I think I might have to do a roll call vote. I'm sorry. Yeah, and I realize, and Member Barry, I'll chat with you separately to clarify your no vote for the District 2 supervisor endorsement, because I need to have a vote on record, whether you support one candidate, another candidate, or you're a no endorsement. I can't have a just no vote. So I apologize for that.
Yeah.
I think the proper thing here to do is just a roll call vote. So if you can just bear with us, I'll be fast.
I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, Recording Secretary Lee. Let's go into a roll call vote. And again, please be ready when your name is called.
All right, for rank 1, District 4 supervisor, your options are Joel Engardio, Lana Louie, Gordon Marr, no endorsement or abstain. Member Avalos.
Gordon Marr.
Avalos Marr. Member Baraka.
Supervisor Marr.
Baraka Marr. Member Barry.
Mar.
Barry Marr. Member Compost.
Marr.
Compost Marr. Member Chen.
Marr.
Chen. Marr. Member Dufty. That's you, Chanel Williams. Member Chanel Williams. Member
Yes. Aye.
Sorry, your choices are
Marr.
Marr. Thank you. Dufty Marr. Member Galata.
Supervisor Marr.
Galata Marr. Member Ibanez.
Mar.
Ibanez Marr. Member Kim. Member Jane Kim. Kim Marr. Member Lacroix.
Marr.
Lacroix Marr. Member Lee Marr. Member Loftus.
Mar.
Loftus Marr. Member Lovett.
Mar.
Lovett Marr. Member Chair Mahogany.
Mar.
Mahogany Marr. Member Mandelman.
Marr.
Mandelman Marr. Member Marr.
Marr.
Marr. Member Maliga.
Marr.
Maliga Marr. Member Morales.
Marr.
Member Morales Marr. Member Raju.
Supervisor Marr.
Raju Marr. Member Ronan.
Mar.
Ronan Marr. Member Thomas.
Mar.
Thomas Marr. Member Tong.
Abstain.
Member Tong abstain. Member Williams. Member
Marr.
Williams. Williams Marr. Member Zhao.
Marr.
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 Zhao Marr. Member Feinstein.
Abstain.
Member Feinstein abstain. Member Pelosi.
Marr.
Pelosi Marr. Member Spear.
Abstain.
Spear abstain. Member Ma. I think Member Ma's proxy was having tech issues, so if you want to just note in chat. Member Cohen.
Marr.
Cohen Marr. Member Weiner.
Engardio.
Weiner Engardio. Member Haney.
Supervisor Gordon Marr.
Haney Marr. Member Ting.
Ting Marr.
Ting Marr. All right, with the first rank, congratulations, Gordon Marr. You received 27 votes. Engardio received 1 vote. Louis received 0 votes. And there were 3 abstentions. So you have received the rank 1 vote.
Thank you.
All right. And so to move to rank 2, I'll just do this really fast. I'm sorry. Your choices are Engardio, Louis, no endorsement, or abstain. So Member Avalos.
No endorsement.
Avalos, no endorsement. Baraka.
No endorsement.
Baraka, no endorsement. Barry.
No endorsement.
Barry, no endorsement. Compost.
No endorsement.
Compost, no endorsement. Chen.
No endorsement.
Chen, no endorsement. Dufty.
Member Williams.
No endorsement.
Dufty, no endorsement. Galata.
No endorsement.
Galata, no endorsement. Ibanez.
No endorsement.
Ibanez, no endorsement. Kim. Member Jane Kim.
Sorry, I keep having trouble with my mic. No endorsement.
Thank you. Kim, no endorsement. Member Lacroix.
No endorsement.
Lacroix, no endorsement. Member Lee, no endorsement. Member Loftus.
Abstain.
Loftus abstain. Lovett. Member Lovett.
No endorsement.
Lovett, no endorsement. Member Mahogany.
No endorsement.
Mahogany, no endorsement. Mandelman.
No endorsement.
Mandelman, no endorsement. Marr.
No endorsement.
Marr, no endorsement. Maliga.
No endorsement.
Maliga, no endorsement. Morales.
No endorsement.
No Morales, no endorsement. Raju.
No endorsement.
Raju, no endorsement. Ronan.
No endorsement.
Ronan, no endorsement. Thomas.
No endorsement.
Thomas, no endorsement. Tung.
Abstain.
Tung, abstain. Williams.
No endorsement.
Williams, no endorsement. Zoe.
No endorsement.
Zoe, no endorsement. Feinstein.
Abstain.
Feinstein, abstain. Pelosi.
No endorsement.
Pelosi, no endorsement. Spear.
Abstain.
Spear, abstain. If member Ma is there.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Sorry, I'm very excited about this. Abstain.
Did you abstain in the rank 1 as well?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Cohen.
No endorsement.
Cohen, no endorsement. Weiner.
Abstain.
Weiner, abstain. Haney.
No endorsement.
Haney, no endorsement. Ting.
Ting, no endorsement.
Ting, no endorsement. So with 26 no endorsements, 6 abstentions, we have no endorsement for rank 2. So congratulations, Gordon Marr. You have received the sole endorsement for District 4 Supervisor from the SFDCCC.
Thank you so much, everyone. I am very honored.
Yes, congratulations again on the party, and then welcome back, Treasurer Mon. We're glad to have you rejoined with us. We are almost there. We have 3 more to go, guys. So item 7E, San Francisco Board of Supervisors, District 6. I would like to kind of kick off of the comments here and say I am excited to be supporting Honey Mahogany for District 6 supervisors, and I'm also very disappointed that other candidates haven't reached out to participate in this process and contact, well, at least myself, directly about this race. You know, just to echo Member Loftus's points earlier, our endorsement's a big deal, and you can't take anybody's for granted. But that being said, I'm excited to support Honey. I think she's will do an excellent job as supervisor, and we'll just get along with this before I wax more poetic about how amazing she is. Member Zoe.
Thank you. I also just want to express how excited I am for Honey and how excited I am to support her. I've obviously had the opportunity to work very closely with her in the District 6 office, and I know how difficult and challenging that district is, and the type of leadership that SOMA and downtown needs. And Honey is somebody who, well, for one, there's nobody else who understands that district better, who has been putting in the work, who has been part of the community, who lives there, somebody who leads with grace, with principle, and somebody that I know is the type of leader that District 6 needs. And so I'm very excited to support her, and I look forward to voting to endorse her tonight.
Thank you. Member Barry, or Chair Barry.
Thank you, Chair LaCroix. I just wanted to say earlier, I mentioned the need for San Francisco to have healing, unity, and love. And I think Chair Mahogany, as a district supervisor for District 6, will be the epitome of that. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Vice Chair Baraka.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, my lighting isn't the greatest. I'm not in my regular setup tonight, but I wanted to say a few things about this race. I too didn't get a call from one of the candidates. I did get a call from Honey, and we talked at length about several things. And although we have a difference of opinion on a few things, I'm really impressed with what our chair's been able to do. And although my style isn't necessarily always as polished as professional politicians, I like to call myself a real person who's a laborer here in the city, providing this as a service to a community that I love dearly. And I will always stay true to myself and my beliefs and what I believe that the voters voted me into this spot to do. So I will continue to ask the tough questions. Sometimes they don't land very smoothly. I will accept that. But I own the tough questions. I own being frank and open and honest and forthright with people. And I believe Honey has done her very best at doing this. I can tell you come from a line of diplomats, Chair Mahogany. So I have made a very, I think, important decision to support our Black trans candidate in District 6. So yeah, I will be supporting our chair tonight.
All right, we'll start off with Member Thomas and then go to Vice Chair Galata and then Member Williams.
Thank you. I join the ranks of everybody here in being thrilled to support Honey Mahogany for this seat. I think I've had the privilege of working with Honey since she came in to the position as the chair and had to fill in the shoes of David Campos as he went on to the state party office. And it was hit the ground running, and it was hitting all the different needs that needed to be done in quick order while also working a pretty rigorous day job. And I've just been really impressed by seeing Honey tackle tough issues and address them, and then keep doing the work while paying attention to the nuance and detail that it takes not only to be the chair of this party, but also what it will take to be a supervisor in D6. So I'm incredibly excited to vote to solely endorse Honey, and looking forward to this.
Member Galata.
Yes, thank you. Just again, on a personal note, would love to see Honey Mahogany in the D6 supervisor seat. And I think it's something to note that if you can build I know a lot of people haven't done their endorsements yet as clubs, but if you can build a coalition of members from groups like SF YIMBY to LDC to Bernie Kratz and to so many other incredibly diverse ideological organizations, then that just stands within itself as a strong statement that she's the right candidate for D6.
And Member Williams.
Yes, so you're gonna win. Okay, girl, let me just say that you're gonna win. You are so phenomenal. Like, you are an SF native, number one. You are bringing in your social work background to everything you do. And I'm so excited to know you and to learn from you. Your grace, your humility, your intelligence is phenomenal, Honey. So ain't no problem. You got this. Bye.
All right, and I see Member Lee as well, or Vice Chair Levitt.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair LaCroix. So I will say that, Chair Mahogany entered this race as we were trying to do redistricting in the city. The fact that she has support in many different communities, and even though redistricting was a huge mess, especially in districts 5, 6, 9, 10, she knew that she had the support of diverse constituents. So it wasn't about we're going to lose this, so I'm going to lose support. She has that broad support, and she's definitely got my vote, my sole endorsement.
All right, are there any other comments or clarifying questions before we jump into the roll call? If not, Recording Secretary Lee, take it away.
Great. All right. So for District 6 Supervisor, rank 1 of DCCC, your options are Matt Dorsey, Sherelle Jackson, Honey Mahogany, no endorsement or abstain. So rank one, Avlos.
Honey Mahogany.
Avlos Mahogany, Baraka.
Mahogany.
Baraka, Mahogany, Barry.
Mahogany.
Barry, Mahogany, Compost.
Mahogany.
Compost, Mahogany, Chen.
Abstain.
Chen, abstain, Dufty.
Mahogany.
Thank you. Dufty, Mahogany, Galata.
Honey Mahogany.
Galata, Mahogany, Ibanez.
Mahogany.
Ibanez, Mahogany, Kim.
Mahogany.
Kim, Mahogany, Lacroix.
Mahogany.
Lacroix, Mahogany. Member Lee, Mahogany, Loftus.
Dorsey.
Loftus, Dorsey, Lovett.
Mahogany.
Lovett, Mahogany. Mahogany?
Mahogany.
Mahogany, Mahogany. Mandelman.
Dorsey.
Mandelman, Dorsey, Mar.
Mahogany.
Mar, Mahogany, Maliga.
Honey Mahogany.
Maliga, Mahogany, Morales.
Honey Mahogany.
Morales, Mahogany, Raju.
Mahogany.
Raju, Mahogany, Ronan.
Mahogany.
Ronan, Mahogany, Thomas.
Mahogany.
Thomas, Mahogany, Tongue.
Dorsey.
Tongue, Dorsey, Williams.
Mahogany.
Williams, Mahogany, Zoe.
Mahogany.
Zoe, Mahogany, Feinstein.
Dorsey.
Feinstein, Dorsey, Pelosi.
Abstain.
Pelosi, abstain, Spear.
Abstain.
Spear, abstain, Ma.
Dorsey.
Ma, Dorsey, Cohen.
Abstain.
Cohen, abstain, Wiener.
Dorsey.
Wiener, Dorsey, Haney.
Honey Mahogany.
Haney, Mahogany, Ting.
Ting, Chair Mahogany.
Ting, Mahogany. So with 6 votes for Matt Dorsey, 0 for Sherelle Jackson, 22 for Honey Mahogany, and 4 abstentions. Congratulations, Honey Mahogany. You've received the rank 1 endorsement for District 6 Supervisor from SFDCCC. We'll move on to rank 2 now. Your choices for rank 2 are Matt Dorsey, Sherelle Jackson, no endorsement, or abstain. Avlos.
No endorsement.
Avlos, no endorsement. Baraka.
Pass.
Baraka, pass. Barry.
Jackson.
Barry Jackson. Compost.
No endorsement.
Compost, no endorsement. Chen.
Abstain.
Chen, abstain. Dufty. Member Chanel Williams for Dufty.
No endorsement.
Dufty, no endorsement. Galata.
Abstain.
Galata, abstain. Ibanez.
And no endorsement.
Ibanez, no endorsement. Kim. Member Jane
No
Kim?
endorsement.
Thank you. Kim, no endorsement. Lacroix.
No endorsement.
Lacroix, no endorsement. Lee, pass. Loftus.
Dorsey.
Loftus, Dorsey, Lovett.
And no endorsement.
Lovett, no endorsement. Mahogany.
No endorsement.
Mahogany, no endorsement. Mandelman.
Dorsey.
Mandelman, Dorsey. Mar.
Abstain.
Mar, abstain. Maliga.
No endorsement.
Maliga, no endorsement. Morales.
No endorsement.
Morales, no endorsement. Raju.
No endorsement.
Raju, no endorsement. Ronan.
No endorsement.
Ronan, no endorsement. Thomas.
No endorsement.
Thomas, no endorsement. Tongue.
Dorsey.
Tongue, Dorsey. Williams.
No endorsement.
Williams, no endorsement. Zoe.
No endorsement.
Zoe, no endorsement. Feinstein.
Dorsey.
Feinstein, Dorsey. Pelosi.
Abstain.
Pelosi, abstain. Spear.
Abstain.
Spear, abstain. Ma.
Dorsey.
Ma, Dorsey. Cohen.
Abstain.
Cohen, abstain. Wiener.
Dorsey.
Wiener, Dorsey. Haiti.
No endorsement.
Haiti, no endorsement. Ting.
Ting, no endorsement.
Ting, no endorsement. Going back to the folks who passed. Baraka.
Matt, I wish you would have called me. Abstain.
Baraka, abstain. I'll go back to me, Lee, no endorsement, and that's it. So after rank 2, Dorsey received 6 votes, Jackson received 1. There were 7 abstentions and 18 for no endorsement. So congratulations, Honey Mahogany. You've received the sole endorsement from the SFDCCC for District 6 Supervisor.
Congratulations. All right. Next race, hold on, let me just bring my agenda back up, is item 7F, which is as a Board of Supervisors, District 8. Are there any clarifying questions or comments on this particular item? Gloria, or Chair Barry.
Yes, I don't always agree with Supervisor Mandelman, but I really think there's no person that will work with the other Board of Supervisors better than him that's running for this office. And I want to encourage him, because what really touches me when I nerd out and watch these Board of Supervisor meetings is that he really cares about mental health in San Francisco. And family member that went through the system and took their life, it just bothers me that there's not enough beds in San Francisco. And we complain about so much about behavior on the streets, but we're not getting people treatment. So I will be endorsing Supervisor Mandelman for this race. And that is it for that comment.
Okay, I will just say in the order I saw it, we're starting with Vice Chair Baraka, then moving to Member Ting, Member Loftus, and then Member Williams.
Hello, everyone, and hello, Raphael. I did have an opportunity to sit down, not only talk to Raphael, but we had a lovely dinner together. And I like you, Raphael. I think you're a great person. We just happen to disagree on very important political issues that I find to be important. And one of them came up tonight. I mean, I think we should at least have the opportunity to talk about a school board member who's used offensive language to describe large swaths of people, even called them riffraff. And I heard the young lady mentioned something else that happened. I can't corroborate that, but she allegedly mentions that the school board made another offensive comment and made an apology. Long ago, I learned it's not what people necessarily say, but when people show you who they are with their actions, believe them the first time. So, Raphael, this person has said offensive things and you don't find it necessary that we talk about this. I think that's a problem. Raphael, we had a DA that was an advocate for criminal justice reform in a criminal justice system that we all know is severely broken and disproportionately affects Black and brown people. And we've been singing that tune for a long time. And to have a local politician in San Francisco to not hear that clarion call is problematic to me, Raphael. And I'm speaking to you because I'm talking to you as someone who's known you for over 2 decades. And I feel like when we first spoke about you running supervisor, I asked you, Raphael, I don't have any asks, I do this because I believe it's the right thing to do. It's one of the ways that I serve the community. And I thought that you had genuine hopes for serving our community in similar ways. And I know we're 2 separate people, but these issues are important enough for me to really draw the line and say, no, I can't support that. I can't support someone who I voted into office to have progressive values, and certainly criminal justice reform is, by every definition, a progressive value. And this school board member issue is really disturbing too, because on one hand, you want to hold Allison Collins' feet to the fire, But when someone else from when the Asian community says something offensive, then it's, oh, we need to listen to her apology and she knows better and she really cares. No, obviously doesn't care if she says something so hurtful. How much trauma do we have to contend with as Black Americans in this country? We don't need it from our school board supervisors, and we need politicians to hold those folks accountable. We need our local supervisor to support someone who believes in criminal justice reform. It's pretty much that simple. And I like you as a person, like I said. You're a great guy. You really care, but we have differing viewpoints on this. And I'm having a hard time casting a vote in your favor tonight because of that. And it's not any reflection on you as a person, because like I said, I think that you're a great person, but we have political viewpoints that differ dramatically on something that I really believe in. And I couldn't get you to come to that side, and you couldn't get me to come to your side on law and order policies, so to speak. We all know that we can't live in a society without police protection, but we need to have a force that knows that some of the things that have happened in the police force are wrong and should be corrected. And that's, of course, separate from the DA race, that's separate from the school board race, but it's our feelings on these issues that have caused me this, to come to this decision. So I'll leave it at that. I've said enough, but I hope I've communicated to everyone some of the things that I think are important and some of the things that I think our local supervisors should think are important. And I can't support a candidate who doesn't support these same critical issues going on, not only in our communities, but nationwide. So that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. Member Ting.
So on behalf of Assemblymember Ting, just wanted to give a shout out to Supervisor Mandelman for his commitment and work on mental health, also for folks both mild, moderate, and severe struggling with mental health and mental illness, and trying to get systemic approaches to doing a better job as a county and as a state. Along with Supervisor Ronan, even though you're not up for tonight, you also have incredible passion, commitment, and work. And even though you two may sometimes have different approaches, you both work incredibly hard, and we at the state level very much appreciate both of you, and we'll be strongly supporting you tonight.
Member Loftus.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think I supported everybody but Rafi in most of the races that he ran. So I would start off saying, when I did get to know him, it was, I think I watched a debate and he was debating someone I was supporting. And I was like, wow, this guy is so smart and so reasonable. And like what he was saying made me question the positions that I had in that particular race. And I came to get to know him. And I do think many of my colleagues have referred to the need for San Francisco to heal and come together. And I think Supervisor Mandelman has been such an incredible advocate for living our values, not just talking about them, and the practical reality of how do we house people? How do we, sorry, that's my dog, Finny, who apparently wants to go outside right now. Can somebody help Finny go outside? Sorry, guys. So I think that Supervisor Mandelman has played an incredible role at bringing us together. We do not agree on everything. I definitely would say to my colleagues, my standard is not that I agree with everything. We have some pretty righteous battles, I would say, on housing in particular. But I believe that his interests are, he's fiercely protective of the folks in the Castro, and he's a huge advocate for the most vulnerable among us. And I frankly just think, having seen a lot of people come and go through San Francisco politics, and being a proud native San Franciscan, I think he represents the very best of us, and we'd be honored to have him continue to serve. So I'll be delighted to support him.
Okay, Member Williams and then Member Thomas.
Thank you so much. First of all, this process is so badass. Like, I'm just like, watching all of this. This is fucking amazing. Bottom line. So Raphael, you know, we have not always seen eye to eye. You didn't even want me to get elected to City College Board, but look at what I've done to save that institution. Like, you know, but you are amazing and I support you 100%. Let me just clear for the record. I support you. I want to endorse you, all the things. You know, City College is like, it is crazy, you know, and we have been in there together, right? And like the bottom line, like the fact that you have enough heart to be in there and to struggle for that institution, you got my support. Bottom line, like it is crazy. And yeah, you rock. You know, I wasn't a supporter in the beginning, but I'm a supporter now, and you got my endorsement.
Thank you, Member Williams. Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to again announce I am proud to be voting for Rafi Mandelman as with the sole endorsement. He has stood by working people throughout his time on the board. And when there have been tough votes or situations where he's been pressed, the two things that you always know is Supervisor Mandelman is going to be thoughtful, he's going to be listening, and he's going to stand with working people, and he has. So I was happy to carry signs door to door for Rafi the first go, and I'm happy to do it again in this round. So happy to give sole endorsement to Rafi, even if we disagree occasionally, which is fine. He stands with us and he stands with labor.
All right, are there any other comments or questions on this particular race? Seeing none, recording secretary, let's jump into a roll call.
All right, so this vote is for District 8 Supervisor, rank 1 choice. Your options are Raphael Mandelman, Kate Stoya, and if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, please correct me, no endorsement or abstain. So, Avalos.
Raphael Mandelman.
Avalos, Mandelman, Baraka.
Pass.
Baraka, pass. Barry.
Mandelman.
Barry, Mandelman, Campos.
Mandelman.
Campos, Mandelman, Chen.
Abstain.
Chen, abstain. Dufty.
Mandelman.
Dufty, Mandelman, Galata.
Mandelman.
Galata, Mandelman, Ibanez.
Mandelman.
Ibanez, Mandelman, Kim.
Mandelman.
Kim, Mandelman, Lacroix.
Mandelman.
Lacroix, Mandelman, Lee, Mandelman, Loftus.
Mandelman.
Loftus, Mandelman, Lovett.
Mandelman.
Lovett, Mandelman, Mahogany.
Mandelman.
Mahogany, Mandelman, Mandelman.
Mandelman.
Mandelman, Mandelman, Mar.
Mandelman.
Mar, Mandelman, Maliga.
Raphael Mandelman.
Maliga, Mandelman, Morales.
Abstain.
Morales, abstain. Raju.
Mandelman.
Raju, Mandelman, Ronan.
Mandelman.
Ronan, Mandelman, Thomas.
Mandelman.
Thomas, Mandelman, Tung.
Mandelman.
Tung, Mandelman, Williams.
Mandelman.
Williams, Mandelman, Zhao.
Mandelman.
Zhao, Mandelman, Feinstein.
Mandelman.
Feinstein, Mandelman, Pelosi.
Mandelman.
Pelosi, Mandelman, Spear.
Abstain.
Spear, abstain. Ma.
Mandelman.
Ma, Mandelman, Cohen.
Mandelman.
Cohen, Mandelman, Wiener.
Mandelman.
Wiener, Mandelman, Haney.
Raphael Mandelman.
Haney, Mandelman, Ting.
Ting Mandelman.
Ting, Mandelman, back to you, Member Braca.
Rafi, do better. Abstain.
Braca, abstain. So for rank 1, we have 28 votes for Mandelman, 4 abstentions. So congratulations, Raphael Mandelman, you received the rank 1 endorsement from SFDCCC for District 8 Supervisor. All right, we'll go on to rank 2. Your options are Kate Stoya, no endorsement or abstain. Avalos.
No endorsement.
Avalos, no endorsement. Baraka.
No endorsement.
Baraka, no endorsement. Barry.
No endorsement.
Barry, no endorsement. Compost.
No endorsement.
Compost, no endorsement. Chen.
Abstain.
Chen abstain. Dufty. Member Dufty.
No endorsement.
Thank you. Dufty, no endorsement. Galata.
No endorsement.
Galata, no endorsement. Banyas.
No endorsement.
Banyas, no endorsement. Kim.
No endorsement.
Kim, no endorsement. Lacroix.
No endorsement.
Lacroix, no endorsement. Lee, no endorsement. Loftus.
No endorsement.
Loftus, no endorsement. Lovett.
No endorsement.
Lovett, no endorsement. Mahogany.
No endorsement.
Mahogany, no endorsement. Mandelman.
No endorsement.
Mandelman, no endorsement. Marr.
No endorsement.
Marr, no endorsement. Maliga.
No endorsement.
Maliga, no endorsement. Morales.
No endorsement.
Morales, no endorsement. Raju.
No endorsement.
Raju, no endorsement. Ronan.
No endorsement.
Ronan, no endorsement. Thomas.
No endorsement.
Thomas, no endorsement. Tongue.
No endorsement.
Tongue, no endorsement. Williams.
No endorsement.
Williams, no endorsement. Zhao.
No endorsement.
Zhao, no endorsement. Feinstein.
Abstain.
Feinstein, abstain. Pelosi.
No endorsement.
Pelosi, no endorsement. Spear.
Abstain.
Spear, abstain. Ma.
No endorsement.
Ma, no endorsement. Cohen.
No endorsement.
Cohen, no endorsement. Weiner.
No endorsement.
Weiner, no endorsement. Haney.
No endorsement.
Haney, no endorsement. Ting.
Ting, no endorsement.
Ting, no endorsement. So with 3 abstentions, 29 no endorsements. Congratulations, Raphael Mandelman. You have been sole endorsed by SFDCCC for District Supervisor. Congratulations.
Congrats, Supervisor. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, last one of the evening for candidate endorsements, SF Board of Supervisors, District 10. Are there any questions or comments about this race? Member Lee.
Can I move to
By
acclamation?
I was just about to do that. So Susie, I'll second that motion of yours.
All right.
Motion by Loftus, second by Lee, enthusiastically in support of that motion. Let's all in favor of, or sorry, Member Barry, are there any questions you have before we vote or comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't agree with everything Walton does, but I agree with mostly every decision he's made. And the improvement in District 10 from prior supervisors hasn't been noticed. And I also feel the imagery of a Black man is so important right now, and the voice that he has on the Board of Supervisors as president. If we don't have him on that board, I would really be concerned about race relations in the city. And I will be sole endorsing him. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Mahogany.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't spoken on many folks, but I feel like I have to speak on President Walton. He is just such a person of integrity. And I am so proud to be able to vote for him, to endorse him. And I just am so grateful for his leadership on the board. And I don't always agree with every decision that he makes, but I know that when he makes a decision that it is principled and it is done with integrity and that he strongly believes in. He's very clear about his beliefs and where he stands, and I really appreciate that. So best of luck, President Walton. I hope to see you as president again.
Vice Chair Baraka, and then Member Ronan.
President Walton, you're doing a fantastic job. I just had to say thank you for reaching out. Thank you for all the work you do. And thank you for speaking truth to power to our mayor. It's not easy to do that. I know that. It's a very difficult position to be in, but I am so proud of you for standing in your truth and doing the right thing for San Franciscans and being the voice of reason. So good luck with your election, and I will be voting for you enthusiastically.
And Member Ronan.
Thank you. I just couldn't miss the opportunity to rave about my board president, President Shimon Walton. Everything everyone has said about him is 100% on the mark. His integrity, his grace, his kindness, his compassion, his righteousness, his thirst for justice, fighting for his people, his love of all communities. I think he's one of the most talented, integrous politicians I've ever met. And there's not many of them. So you always know that even agree or disagree, that he is doing what he thinks is right. And I don't think anyone ever questions that, because it's just who he is. He's also one of the nicest people in the entire world. I always say, gosh, your mama raised you right. He just is so kind and polite to everyone around him. It's just such an honor to serve with him on the Board of Supervisors. And I too hope he continues to be our board president. Thanks.
Member Loftus.
Yeah, you know, it says something, it's almost 10 o'clock, but I was like, again, I agree with you, Supervisor Ronan. I couldn't pass up a chance to say something about Shaman. I've known him for many, many years, from his YCD days and time in the Bayview. I just want to say a couple things. One is, I think Shaman is one of the few politicians who ever, when he met my kids, he asked them their opinions about things in the city and what can be better. He was on the school board. And I got to tell you, children make opinions about politicians and people in power very quickly. And he's one who earned the respect of like, what can I do better? And what can we do better? And I think that's just very emblematic of his leadership, is like, one, talking to young people, and two, actually trying to make things better. And the last thing I want to say is he's just got the best team in baseball. He's got Tracy, Natalie, Percy. You know, I think you can really tell how successful someone is by the caliber of the people they continue to keep around them. So just a shout out to his team and his staff as well. Just really wonderful people, deeply devoted to the city. So grateful and so happy to support Shaman and his whole team.
Okay, Member Barack, I see your hand. You are on mute.
Sorry, a couple of quick things I wanted to say. Thanks for coming out to one of my kickoff voter registration events. I don't get very many supervisors who come out and support such an important part of what we do. So thank you for that. I just wanted to highlight, you are a kind person. I just wanted to remind people, don't take his kindness for a weakness. That is all.
Very true. Thank you, Keith. I think one last thing, I don't know if I've ever shared this story, but I remember when Supervisor Walton, well, then just candidate, when he was running for school board the first time, he made an impression not only on myself as a young youth activist, but also on my mom. And she was just kind of like, oh, I saw somebody who was running for school board. And, you know, she gave me his campaign card, and just kind of seeing his leadership kind of grow and evolve. He's a role model, whether he knows it or not. And it's just so impressive to see him on the Board of Supervisors. And I can only wish that not only myself, but other young people coming up, you know, can continue to see his rise and just see his leadership and growth. So thank you, Board President Walton, for all that you do. And I think we're all very excited to give you our endorsement in just a few moments. So with that, Recording Secretary Lee.
So we have a motion on the table to sole endorse Shaman Walton for District 10 Supervisor. So I'll just take the vote. If you are in support of a sole endorsement for Shaman Walton, please say aye.
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 Aye. All right, and if there are any no's, like you want to vote someone else, we will move to a roll call vote. So are there anything else? Okay, then can I take abstention? All right, Member Spear, abstain. Any other abstentions?
Abstain.
Member Tongue. Okay, so I have Tongue and here, let me just write this down. Someone else, Tongue and Spear and Feinstein with abstentions.
And Ma.
And Ma, thank you. All right, congratulations to Supervisor Shaman Walton, Board President, for receiving the sole endorsement for District 10 Supervisor from the SFD-CCC. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Board President Walton, and congratulations to all of our endorsed candidates. We look forward to connecting with you and making sure that you get our official DCCC seal that you can include in your website and your literature. And thank you guys all for your amazing work. I will turn it back over to Chair Mahogany to chair the rest of our agenda items for today's meeting. Thank you.
Taking the virtual gavel back, thank you, First Vice Chair Lacroix, for running such a smooth process. And thank you again to our recording secretary for doing such diligent work. I know that was a lot of typing and a lot of keeping track, so thank you. And thank you, members, and congratulations to those members who received our endorsement. And I think I have the privilege to say thank you, everyone, for your support. We will now move on to item number 8, which is our first resolution for the evening. This is a resolution that I introduced, urging the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Health and Human Services to accelerate the purchasing and distribution of monkeypox vaccines. And I will try and keep my comments brief because I know that this is a long night. It is already 10 o'clock. Basically, I think we all know that monkeypox is here. Since May, we've had almost 18,000 cases outside of Africa where monkeypox is endemic, including nearly 3,500 here in the United States. And those infections continue to climb at exponential rates. Statewide here in California, we have 646 confirmed cases. And according to the California Department of Public Health, the San Francisco Department of Public Health, we have 222 confirmed cases here in San Francisco. That is a huge jump from just one case or just a few cases just a month ago. So while reports have focused on the fact that monkeypox is overwhelmingly found currently in the gay and bisexual community among men who have sex with men, we know that this will not remain the case. We've learned lessons from HIV and AIDS. We've learned lessons from COVID. We know that this is a highly communicable disease and that if we don't do something, this could end up in the general population. It could end up in our schools. And so there needs to be some urgency to declare this a public health emergency. The WHO has already done so, and we need to urge our federal government to also make sure that we declare this a public emergency so we can take the appropriate actions to effectively address monkeypox. And that means making sure that we're disseminating information in a way that is accessible to a variety of communities. That also means that we are prioritizing the distribution of vaccines to those most at risk, but also making sure that those vaccines are readily available. I mean, we just went through COVID. We know how to do this. And so this resolution is really urging our federal government, our Secretary of Health, Javier Becerra, to make sure that we are doing everything we can to prevent this from becoming a catastrophe. So colleagues, I could say a bunch more, but I'm going to keep this short. So I hope we can have your support for this resolution. I would also like to quickly say that I did receive feedback from both Vinnie Eng and also Gary McCoy on this resolution, and we are going to be making some amendments. Specifically, there is language around urging the secretary to declare a public health emergency that's been added. And also we are adding language in the final resolved clause to demand that HHS work with manufacturers to expand licensing to allow more than one manufacturer to produce the vaccine. Currently, there is only one manufacturer. And we know that with so many things can happen. And if that manufacturer isn't able to produce the vaccine or produce it quickly enough, that could really, really lead to a catastrophe. So again, we need to do everything we can to prevent this from spreading further than it already has. And with that, I will turn it over to my colleagues for further comment. Starting with Mr. Chakal for Assemblymember Ting.
First of all, Assemblymember Ting would like to be a co-author of this. And thanks to Chair Mahogany for bringing this up. I am gonna not speak on his behalf, but my behalf for a second. Having worked in HIV prevention and services from the mid-'80s to the mid-'90s, and maybe because I was in quarantine with COVID for 3 weeks, I put a lot of anger out there in the world, and the frustration with the HHS secretary, the Biden administration. I can't say, I feel like all the years of ACT UP and work that I and so many others did in this community have been in vain to watch this epidemic just take the same path. And I just want to take a second to shout out to Senator Weiner, who I know he's not here, but his proxy's here, for really taking up the flag very early, along with others, but to really challenge the lack of action by our federal government, which is completely inexcusable as we watch the trajectory of monkeypox, just like we did GRIDS, then HIV and AIDS in the 80s. And so I would hope that everyone would support this and do your part in pressuring our federal government and social media to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chakal. We will now go on to Mr. Ochoa for proxy for member Vice Chair Gallardo.
Yes, thank you, Chair Mahogany. First, Vice Chair Gallardo would like to be added as a co-sponsor. And then also just a personal added note, just thank you for this resolution. It is another disappointment from our federal government that they're not addressing health crises and issues in San Francisco. Not only this, but with Laguna Honda. And I know that a 5th person has just died today after being transferred from Laguna Honda. So it's an increasing issue that, you know, our federal government needs to do better.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. We will now go to Member Mandelman.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany, for your work on this, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Thank you, Member Mandelman. And also, I would just note, if folks can make sure that they are on mute. If they are not speaking, there is a bit of an echo. We will now move on to Vice Chair Baraka.
I just wanted to alert folks to the fact that there was a update issued by DPH today, and I included that on the monkeypox vaccine. But I also wanted to make a quick service announcement to those who were interested in going out to the Dory Alley Street Fair this weekend. I'm not sure what's going on, and I hope it's still going on, but I just hope people plan on making sure that they educate themselves on the transmission routes and the way it's transmitted, and to be careful. I'm very sex positive, but if they are going to go ahead and have the fair, which I'm all for, I won't be there, but I've been to many in the past. Just make sure you educate yourself and approach it wisely. And take a look at the information that I added in the chat from DPH. I think it was just today. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka.
I'd like to move this item for approval with the amendments as noted.
Thank you. Thank you. There's been a second from, who was that?
Senator Weiner's proxy.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Weiner's proxy. With that, maybe we can do this by acclamation, unless there's any objection. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. Apparently this passes unanimously. Thank you for your support, colleagues, and congratulations. We will now move on to item number 9, which is a resolution denouncing the Supreme Court decision in West Virginia versus the EPA. This was also a resolution that I introduced, and apologies, colleagues, I didn't do this earlier. I'm supposed to ask, can we have a motion to consider the item?
So moved.
Thank you. I believe that was Member Williams. And is there a second?
Second, Loftus.
Thank you, Member Loftus. Colleagues, the Supreme Court and its newly formed conservative supermajority closed out its first term by limiting the authority of the EPA to lower greenhouse gas emissions and combat the climate crisis. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court held that the Clean Air Act did not give the EPA the authority to set emissions limits for existing power plants based on the power sector's ability to shift to cleaner renewable energy sources from dirty fossil fuels. The process known as as generation shifting is the best system of emission reduction and would have been a powerful tool in helping our country reach its climate goals. Because the power sector is one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gas emissions in the country, this decision is a huge blow to the EPA's efforts to regulate climate pollution at power plants and constrains the tools they can use to tackle this problem. However, the court did not altogether remove the EPA's authority to regulate carbon dioxide or other power plant pollutants. In fact, the EPA can and must still issue regulations to do just this. The climate crisis doesn't care about novel legal doctrines and politics. It's here now, and we're already experiencing its consequences. Despite this ruling, the federal government still has tools at its disposal to address it. Meeting a challenge of this magnitude requires a whole of government approach, and we must not back down. This ruling also makes it all the more important that Congress do its job, legislate, and pass a budget reconciliation package that includes strong investments in climate, jobs, and justice. These investments will help accelerate our transition to clean energy and ensure that a response to climate change is grounded in justice by directing resources to communities already experiencing its worst impacts. And might I just add that this is all the more reason for us to make sure that we're doing everything we can to increase our majority in Congress. With that, I will open it up to other comments. Seeing none, Mr. Ochoa for Vice Chair Galata.
Yes, Vice Chair Galata would also like to be added as a co-sponsor for this resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. All right, seeing no other hands, may we have a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Second by Member Williams, thank you. All right, colleagues, I believe we can do this by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay? Any abstentions? All right, thank you, colleagues, for your support. This passes unanimously.
Member Chen abstains.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Member Chen. Thank you. Thank you for noting that. Item number 10, a resolution in support of California's Medi-Cal expansion for undocumented adults. I am the lead author for this resolution. Colleagues, can I have a motion to entertain this item?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Williams. California is home to the largest number of immigrants in the United States, including roughly 2.3 million undocumented immigrants who make up about 6% of the state's population. In 2018, undocumented Californians contributed $3.7 billion in state taxes and local taxes, $7 billion in federal taxes, and over $40 billion in spending power to our economy. They are overrepresented in jobs deemed essential during the pandemic, and yet they are excluded from federal stimulus payments, unemployment insurance, and safety net programs for healthcare and food assistance. While the state has set up temporary programs for the uninsured to access COVID-related care, these barely scratch the surface of the health crisis the crises that plague these communities. Undocumented families who have gone years without so much as a checkup have unknown chronic conditions and need preventative care and treatment for all their health concerns, not just COVID. Lack of access to health coverage harms immigrant communities and our entire healthcare system. Health insurance protects individuals from financial distress and excessive out-of-pocket spending, encourages earlier diagnosis of chronic conditions, improves use of preventative services, and reduces preventable mortality, and also prevents a strain on our emergency care services. No one in our state should have to wait in an emergency room in order to get health care. In 2021, 66% of California residents supported healthcare coverage for undocumented immigrants, according to a Public Policy Institute of California statewide survey. And over the past 2 years, California Democratic legislators have been delivering on their promise of healthcare for all through a piecemeal approach, first opening the program to undocumented children and then young adults up to age 26 in 2019. On May 1st, about 235,000 undocumented people aged 50 and older will gain new access to Medi-Cal under a law signed last summer. And this summer, another 700,000 undocumented adults in the 26 to 49 age group will be eligible for Medi-Cal starting as early as 2024. While this recent expansion is a win, it will still leave nearly 500,000 undocumented people under 65 with no healthcare coverage, and this is unacceptable. Healthcare is a human right, and our health system is stronger when everyone is included. California can build a more universal, equitable healthcare system for all who call California home. And so for those reasons, I hope to have your support for this resolution. And I will open it up to further public comment. And I already see Representative for Assemblymember Ting, Mr. Chakal.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this resolution, Chair Mahogany. Assemblymember Ting and other legislative leaders have been working very hard on Medi-Cal expansion for a few years now. So happy we had the funding to do it this year. This is going to save our counties, including San Francisco, hundreds of millions of dollars. But I really we wanted to ask your help in helping us spread the word. Unfortunately, there is still a lot of fear in communities of undocumented people about enrolling in our state Medi-Cal plan. So to the extent you could help us spread the word about eligibility right now for folks over 50 and for folks up to the age of 26 who are low income, which for under 26 is up to 225% of poverty level, federal poverty level, we would really appreciate it now and in 2024 when Medi-Cal expansion does apply to, hopefully to all undocumented low-income folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chuckle. Up next, I see Vice Chair Baraka.
I've been talking a lot tonight, but a lot of stuff that's come up really means a lot to me. This is one of them. I also would like to be added as a co-sponsor. Come on, folks. I think it's simple. Medicare for all. It doesn't take much. We all agree on this. Why can we just have it? We are the richest nation in the freaking world. Come on, let's take care of our people. I'll tell this quick story. Once as a firefighter, you guys know that that's what I do as a living. I fight fires. There was a time when you had to buy fire insurance before your house would be taken care of if it caught on fire. But we learned pretty quickly, just because Mrs. Jones' house is on fire and she pays her insurance bill, Mrs. Smith, who lives right next door, doesn't. When her house catches on fire, guess what? It's going to keep burning. It's going to burn the whole block down. Same thing goes with diseases, people. We can't just make one group of wealthy, middle-class people healthy without taking care of all the residents of this fine nation. Let's take care of the people that are in America so America can become a healthy nation. It's not that hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka, and I 100% agree with your comments. Seeing no other hands raised, colleagues, can I have a motion to approve the item?
So move.
And who was that? Sorry.
Member Williams. So move.
Thank you, Member Williams. Moving it forward. And who was the second?
Avalos.
Thank you, Member Avalos. I think we can do this by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, nay? And any abstentions? All right, thank you very much. This resolution passes unanimously. We will now move on to item number 11, which is a resolution urging support for the District Attorney Innocence Commission. And this is introduced by Galata and Berry. I'm not sure if Member Galata has remarks or if this is going to Member Berry. But colleagues, can we have a motion to consider the item, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Avalos, and seconded by?
Barry.
Thank you, Member Berry. Mr. Cho, are there comments from Vice Chair Galata?
Yeah, but I just wanted to ask, does Member Barry, do you have comments that you want to go first?
Now go ahead and go first, and I got a little bit, and then I got to do a next resolution. So
Oh yeah. Okay. But yeah, just really quick, Peter had some things I wanted to say. So just a few comments. First, thank you to the body for adding this to tonight's agenda. It's important for the SF Democratic Party to continue to strongly and unequivocally advocate for criminal justice reform here in San Francisco and California and throughout the country. We cannot afford to backslide on reform or go back to tactics and strategies that have only exacerbated harm to the Black and Brown communities in our city. The mayor has appointed a district attorney who has already taken steps to roll back the progress made by District Attorney Chesa Boudin, and this is deeply concerning to me and many San Franciscans who have recognized that the war on drugs and the tough on crime policies have not improved public safety or the well-being of communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the criminal legal system. The Innocence Commission was one of the most groundbreaking and important actions taken by Mr. Boudin, and it is a model for addressing the issue of innocent people being wrongfully accused of crime. However, it now hangs in the balance with the new district attorney already taking steps to remove staff from the post-conviction unit who have been representing the DA's office as part of the commission. This, to me, is a sign of what may come, which is a dismantling of this commission, its efficacy, and the involvement of the DA's office. The San Francisco Board of Supervisors recently passed a similar resolution calling on the DA to continue to support and staff the commission. Tonight, I hope that we add our voice and make clear that the San Francisco Democrats believe in reform, injustice, and the exoneration of innocent people in our criminal legal system. Vice Chair Galata also wants to thank Member Barry for her co-sponsorship and partnership on this resolution, and I'll pass it to Member Barry.
thank you, Ochoa. Yeah, I was, as usual, watching the Board of Supervisors meeting, and Dean Preston actually introduced the resolution. And I couldn't believe my ears that this office is uncertain whether it's going to continue with the Innocence Commission. And so thank you to Dean Preston for that. And I also wanted to add that if you just look on the internet, just put in the words on your search, wrongfully convicted, and it seems like almost every day there's someone who, after 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, through DNA or through police misconduct or inappropriate counsel, you name it, all kind of reasons that people, excuse my but all kind of reasons people are released and had to sit on those shelves for all those years, and it's disgusting. I did another also the current DA, according to the Chronicle today, released an article that the current DA has been non-committed about what the future looks like for the Innocence Commission. And there's work being done that was being done on people's cases. And can you imagine being locked up for 20, 30 years? Just recently, someone was released from San Francisco who'd been in over 20 years, and it's disgusting. So I know when people take office, their legacy is to reverse everything the last person did. And this one, I don't know who would want innocent people still incarcerated. So please support this resolution that we encourage the DA to continue this office, the Innocence Commission, rename it, whatever she wants to do, but we need to free people who are incarcerated that are innocent. Thank you.
So sorry. Thank you, Member Barry. And recognizing for Representative Spear, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Member Barry, and you make a very good case. This was added to the agenda tonight, and I haven't had a chance to speak to Representative Spear, so unfortunately, as her proxy, I can't really vote on it. I have to abstain, but I'll be sure to tell her about both your statement and about the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Vice Chair Baraka.
Um, Chair, I'm sorry, Member Barry, was there ever any discussion about putting any language into this resolution that referenced the recent Supreme Court decision to basically ignore this type of evidence that was then revealed? Because that's, to me, is a more macro issue that we have to contend with on our Supreme Court level. Just another disgusting opinion from our horrible Supreme Court right now. Was there any discussion about that ruling that happened back in May, I believe?
I believe initially it was a very lengthy resolution. So to keep in the format of resolution, I don't believe it was added in there.
Okay, thank you. I think it's I think it's important. I can live with it as written today, but I just want to remind people about that recent decision by our Supreme Court of the United States of America about innocence and evidence and new evidence, and whether or not that can affect the freedom of that imprisoned person. So that's horrible. That's what we're living with right now. And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. Member Tung.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I just wanted to thank Member Barry for bringing this resolution forward. Given my new employment with the District Attorney's Office, I'll be abstaining from a vote on this. I will say personally, as a career prosecutor, that ethical prosecutors do not have any interest in keeping innocent people wrongly imprisoned. So I will carry back the committee's comments to the new district attorney and make sure that she's aware of the resolution if it passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Tung. Vice Chair Baraka, did you raise your hand again, or is that from before? From before, okay. Member Barry, I'm returning it to you.
I just wanted to add that on social media, me and Member Galata connected on this matter, and it was so refreshing. I believe he's a white man, I'm not sure, but to have someone who's not as affected as another population have such sense of urgency of why this needed to be presented tonight. Because I honestly did not want to present tonight because of the endorsement process, but it's an urgent matter. There's cases that every day make a difference. And thank you all for listening to this presentation.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Member Barry and Vice Chair Galata, and Member Raju, I see your hands is raised.
Thank you. Yes, I do want to appreciate Member Barry for bringing this forward. And I just wanted to say that, this is a moment, I think, nationwide where not only do we need to retain innocence commissions, but we need to expand them. The reality is there's a whole variety of reasons from someone who's worked very, very, very hard to prevent innocent people from getting convicted. There's a whole variety of reasons that happens, which I don't want to go into all the reasons right now. But there are a whole variety of reasons that happens, and we actually can't move quickly enough to address those issues and bring people home. And I often think that if people just got that chance to talk to people who are in, most of the public would say, of course, they should be home. And we don't have enough of those dialogues, but this is really important.
Thank you, Member Raju. With that, colleagues, can we have a motion to approve the item?
So move.
Thank you, Member Williams. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Lacroix, I believe. I believe we can do this by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. And abstentions, I know that Member Tung is abstaining. Are there any other abstentions?
Spear.
Pelosi.
Feinstein.
Member Spear.
I've got that. So it's members Chen, Tung, Spear, Pelosi, and Feinstein. Great, thank you.
All right, congratulations. This resolution passes. We will now move on to item number 12, which is a resolution calling for resignation of Board of Education member Ann Sue, brought forward by Member Barry. Member Barry, oh, may I have a motion to consider the item?
So moved.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Barry, I believe. All right, Member Barry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. It would be wonderful if people told it like it was, that actually live in the Black and Latino households. And I agree with the caller mentioned that there needs to be healing. However, our own mayor said that Sue's comments were wrong and hurtful, and it's true. Some of the callers tonight, pain I felt by Commissioner Sue's comments cut really deep, including Sunday at the NAACP meeting where there was over 100 people, and that doesn't usually happen. The description of riffraff at Galileo was very insulting. The definition of riffraff is undesirable people, scum, garbage, the lowest of the low. Last time I checked, our mayor went to G House, Galileo. I hung out at Galileo in the 80s at the sports games in high school. My daughter went to Galileo and is in fact a teacher now here in San Francisco. And my grandson, who I can't get in the bathtub, will be entering the school district next month. His father, who lives in the Sunset, also went to Galileo. Are they all riffraff? Is that what we're saying? I'm happy Commissioner Sue wants to learn about Black and Brown people, but in the meantime, with her biases, I don't have faith if she's still on the school board, she will have culturally competent, or rather she will be culturally competent enough to seek wraparound services for those who need them, to fully comprehend and address those services with her admitted biases. I feel every day that schools and children are at risk, and we need a school board member who's not on a learning curve about different cultures in San Francisco. So I called to remove her from the board so we can get someone on that, or rather not remove her, but that she resign, so that we can get somebody on there that can address all San Francisco children, not just some. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Barry, for those comments. We will now move on to other members, and I believe we have Member Avalos on stack.
Thank you. I actually didn't really want to vote on this. I actually wanted to be consistent with the vote that we made last winter or spring when we were voting on calling on Allison Collins to resign. So this is a really kind of difficult vote because I think no matter how you vote on this, we're not bringing the city together. We're actually exacerbating a lot of the divides that we have. However, I think there's something different about this that I think is important to call up. Ann Sue, as a proponent of the recall, was claiming to represent all of San Francisco and was appealing to all of San Francisco in saying that we had a school board that wasn't truly focused on the needs of children and families. And yet her comments recently show that she doesn't really consider the entirety of San Francisco student and families, and has a very narrow and I would say political focus on who she cares most about and who she wants to serve most about. And that makes her unfit to actually serve on the school board. And so she actually decried the same disregard that she is showing. And if she was truly good on her word, she would see that it's probably important for her to step down. So I will be voting yes on asking her to resign. I wish that we didn't really have to do this because we have a choice to make an endorsement or not later on. And we also have a choice at the ballot. And I think her, behavior has made it clear that she's not likely to win. So I just wanted to share my reasoning and why I'm not quite as consistent as I would like to be.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Member Lee.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Again, I just want to repeat my thanks to members Barry and Ibanez for bringing this resolution forward and creating space to have this dialogue. And most importantly, when you put something on the agenda, that means that people from the members of the public are going to really tune in and want to make comment to make sure we hear them. So first, I want to condemn the comments made by Commissioner Ann Sue and the harm that those comments perpetuated. I also want to say, really, really appreciate all the callers who came in to share their viewpoints. Particularly, I really take to heart those made by Latino community leaders. I really heard those comments and I take all of your feelings very seriously. I will say, I do personally believe that Commissioner Sue needs to step down. But I also acknowledge that my vote today is not just how I feel, but how I am taking a position as a leader in the Democratic Party, as a community leader, and as someone who is Chinese American. I will be abstaining on this resolution today because I believe that voting yes will truthfully impede my ability to be a leader in the DCCC, to educate my own Chinese community and build spaces for cross-racial healing. Just want to give a little bit more context here. I think many of you know I work for a coalition of organizations who are addressing anti-API hate and violence. And a foundational belief of the programming and advocacy of the coalition, as one of our 3 prongs, is investing in cross-racial work and non-Asian communities of color. I also know that this cross-racial work to build spaces to share understanding experiences across different communities. But truthfully, I want to be clear that the historic tensions are particularly between the Black and Chinese communities. I think we have to talk in specifics and not sort of shroud as like API, because PI community doesn't have those racial tensions with the Black community like the Chinese community does. So I know deeply as someone who is both Chinese and an immigrant that there's so much work to be done within our Chinese and broader Asian communities to educate ourselves. I will also acknowledge the strong conservative forces that exist and are growing within my own Chinese community. And I believe deeply that the root of these beliefs are due to white supremacy. And furthermore, there are entrenched white supremacists that are actively finding ways to advance those white supremacist and extremist beliefs. I'll give you a quick example. We know that gun ownership is actually growing within the Asian immigrant communities, specifically because right-wing gun lobbies and gun manufacturers are specifically targeting my community as a response to anti-API hate and violence. So it's sort of like fueling this idea that the Black community is the enemy and that the Chinese community needs to literally like arm itself and defend itself from the Black community. Those are moneyed interests. Those are right-wing interests. These are not just like organic, natural beliefs. And we have to acknowledge these larger sort of systems of oppression that are occurring. So what I'll say is one of the reasons I'm abstaining is because I know the conversations are happening on the ground. They are active. They're within the Chinese community, within the broader API community, and some of the progressive leaders who I really trust and believe in the Chinese community are actively having those communities with NAACP, with different Black-led community-based organizations. And I think it's the right thing for me to abstain today. And I think if anything I learned from last year is we got to do the work. I don't think I did enough work after what happened last year. I don't think we as DCCC did. So let's create that space and let's bring the communities together. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lee. Vice Chair Baraka.
Janice, I hear you, and I'm all down for everything that you talked about. But what I get kind of tired of is we should do these things. We should, connect these communities. I could give you some great anecdotes on why I don't personally feel that I have a problem with the Chinese community, but I certainly have these tough conversations with people of Chinese descent, and I talk about some of the differences that we have. And I also want to tie it back to what the chair was saying earlier about this being divide and conquer, and us being smarter than them and not allowing this divide and conquer tactic to take place and hold in our community. We're are as strong as we are because we are as diverse as we are. And if we just continue to remember that we all need to work together, to work as a community to fight off some of these attempts to divide and conquer us. And I'm not going to go on, but I will say that I'm willing to do that work. I love that kind of work. So Janice, I challenge you to reach out and let's work together on making this happen, because I'm tired of talking about it. I know we can do better. I know San Francisco is better than the worst part of us. So let's quit talking about it and do it, please. I would love that. Thank you.
Sorry, Vice Chair Brock, I just got like, yes, it's just nodding. And I forgot that I have to chair the meeting. Up next, we have, I believe it's Member Tung.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I have to say that I'm consistently impressed by the level of leadership and the dialogue on the DCCC, especially when it comes to really what can be explosive matters along race relationships. And thank you, Chair Mahogany, for your comments at the beginning of the meeting. And I also want to say that Member Lee, you always impress me with your thoughtfulness and the way that you approach these issues and balance them between your progressive roots and, as you said, the different factions of the API community. I want to say that what Commissioner Sue said about Black and Brown families is insensitive. It is nothing that we should condone, but she has apologized for it. And I understand that she is going on a very long apology tour to try to make things right within the African-American community. And she has begun to reach out to the Latino community, despite what some people have said at this meeting tonight. I know that, and I'm trying to reconcile in the same way that Member Avalos has reconciled the direction that he's going for this resolution. And to me, it feels like this is qualitatively different, the situation that we're presented with versus the situation that was in March with respect to Commissioner Collins. And I know people will disagree with me, but I see Commissioner Sue doing the work to try to address her implicit bias, address the lack of understanding between communities that she acknowledges as an immigrant. And I reached out to her. I reached out to Allison Collins before the last, before the resolution was put forward. And I was ready to withdraw the resolution calling for her resignation. And she did not communicate with me. I never received a response back from her. But I reached out to Commissioner Sue, and she and I spent a good hour on the phone talking about the things that, how remorseful she was for the hurt that she has caused, that she wants to do better, that she is making efforts to to communicate and understand and to deepen the relationships that she has with communities other than her own. And I do recognize that she, as evidenced by the callers in tonight, that she is a strong advocate for her own community. And I don't think that her intention is to do that to the exclusion of others, but to raise the level of academic excellence for all students in San Francisco Unified. So with that, I will be casting a no vote against this resolution. I do respect the positions that the other members on this committee will take. And along with Vice President Baraka's comments, we really do need to do the work. I think last March was a missed opportunity for us to, as a committee, as Democrats, to sit down and really begin the conversations that will help our communities come together and heal across these issues. So thank you, Chair Mahogany.
Thank you, Member Tung. I see Member Mar on stack.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. And I really wanted to thank members Barry and Ibanez for bringing this forward, and for so many of you colleagues for sharing your strong feelings about Commissioner Shu's comments and what would be an appropriate response as a Democratic Party and DCCC. I think that the comments, that the 2+ hours of public comment that we heard on this really sort of emphasized again how hurtful and painful and this, Commissioner Shu's comments were to the Black and brown families and communities in our city, and and I think that, but also the additional comments showed how divisive this has really become, unfortunately, like so many difficult issues, particularly relating to our schools and how we can achieve equity for all students. And so, I think it's just, I really appreciated your comments, Chair Mahogany, at the beginning about, how the importance of really us grappling with these issues and bringing our communities together and bridging the divide that seems to be widening, particularly between the Chinese community and other communities of color around school issues and so many other issues. I also had a chance to have a pretty lengthy conversation with Commissioner Shu about this over the weekend, kind of similar to a conversation I had with Commissioner Collins, after the, her tweets were made public and that issue began blowing up. And from my conversation with Commissioner Shu this weekend, I really was convinced that she really understood not only how harmful her comments were and how wrong and really racist they were, but also she really sincerely understands how much more she needs to learn about the reasons why certain students of color, and other students, not just students of color, but a lot of students are struggling in our schools in order to be a better leader in our school on the school board and in our city. And she promised, that she was very committed to repairing the harm that her comments have caused and learning from this and being a better leader. So at least for me, and based on my conversation with her, I see this as an opportunity for her to really potentially play an important role in starting to bridge the widening gap between the Chinese community and the Black and brown communities in our city, particularly around school issues. And I committed to working with her on that myself. So that's why, I want to hold her to her promises on really repairing the harm and being a better leader and representing all students. And so I'd rather focus on that at this point than calling for her resignation. And so that's why, at least I'm not ready to support the resolution right now. So I will be abstaining tonight.
Thank you, Member Marr. Member Lovett. Vice Chair Lovett, apologies.
Oh, no worries. So I am actually reading a statement that Secretary Abanias provided as co-sponsor of this resolution. And she says, for the resolution to request Commissioner Ansu, I am in favor. We cannot support double standards. Plus, as an appointed commissioner, Sue has demonstrated that she does not understand, nor does she get the significance of dismantling racism and the harm that continues to cause to our community. Each and every one of us has the responsibility to fight against and make a better society for all. As an appointed leader, she demonstrated her inability to lead a district where Black students make up 7.8% of the district's enrollment, but 30% of its foster youth and 14% of its homeless students. Of all the Black students in the city's public schools, 72% qualify for free or reduced price lunch, 29% are in special education classes, and 23% live in public housing. Latinos make up 27% of the student body population. She is culturally incompetent and racist. She cannot unlearn her values on the backs of our students. She must resign immediately. So that was a statement from Secretary Abanias, who I am serving as the proxy for. I will get back in stack to make a comment as myself.
I think you can just go ahead. You're doing double duty. Go ahead.
It's fine. I can get back in line. I'm sure there's other people who want to speak to this.
Okay, all right. I will honor your request. We will go to Vice Chair Lacroix.
Can I go back in line? No, just kidding. I'm not ready. No, I have some comments that I've kind of prepared, and I'm listening to everyone, so please bear with me for a little bit. I'm also recognizing the time. Like as folks were giving their public comment, I was just drawn to review our meeting minutes from our March 24th, 2021 meeting, and I've provided the link in the chat if anyone wants to read along those as well, where we did hear the resolution calling for then Commissioner Collins to step back from the Board of Education. One thing I think we did well in that conversation that evening was to take a step back, think about the larger implications, the larger dialogues that need to be in place in order to center the families and communities that were most hurt by her choice of words and her subsequent actions. I think that, personally, I'm still sort of working through what my vote would be, and also thinking about the larger discourse that he made and wanting to offer grace, but at the same time still being deeply hurt by those comments, especially as a Black daughter of immigrants. It hurts. It's not nice to hear, it's not nice to see, and know, I come from a family of educators as well, and seeing how it's going to impact the students to just know that, oh, somebody on your school board is saying X, Y, and Z, right? It makes them question, who's thinking about me then, right? And that's where I keep coming back to, we're still talking about, school board this, school board that, political discourse and stuff, but who's really thinking about the kids in all of this? How are we centering them in these conversations? And then I was especially even more hurt hearing the public comment and folks just doubling down on the hurtful language. And so for me, I'm trying not to react from that place of just oh, if you said this, and and just being a tit for tat, and really just sitting with wanting to offer grace, wanting to think about the larger conversations that are in place, and standing in solidarity with all communities that our school district serves. But I think it's also important to note this. These comments were made from a candidate who is seeking public office and also is an appointed member of our school district. And I said it then, as we were talking about then Commissioner Collins, and I'm going to say it now, we need to hold our not educators, but our folks seeking public office and our elected and appointed officials to a higher standard. I don't necessarily have an answer or a clear indication of where my vote will fall tonight. I'm still listening and grappling through that, both as, you know, to your point, Member Lee, an elected member of this body, and as my own person with my own set of things navigating through the world. And it's hard. It's freaking challenging. So yeah, I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. For Representative Spear, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For reasons that I explained before, this came up at the last minute and I haven't had an opportunity to discuss it with Congresswoman, so I will be abstaining. I did want to note for Member Berry how much I appreciate you bringing this up. And it was very educational. I'm having a hard time holding it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. We have Member Zoe.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I want to first thank Member Berry and Banyas for bringing this resolution. I also want to thank fellow members of DCCC for the respectful and thoughtful comments that you've all made so far. I think for a lot of us, this is a very difficult resolution to think about and to make a decision on, and for the same reasons that Chair Mahogany highlighted earlier, I had abstained on including this on tonight's agenda just to have more time to think and process. I think one thing that struck out to me in the public comment was a couple of things. I think one, there's no question that what Commissioner Sue said was racist, was hurtful, and there's no question the impact it had on Black and Brown communities, students, parents who heard her remarks. And then we're also at a time, like other members have stated before, where our communities, the Chinese community and the Black community, have been pitted against each other. And yet again, we're here in this spot. And I also heard a lot of Chinese folks call in, monolingual folks, and it's clear that Commissioner Sue, to many in the Chinese community, monolingual folks, is an important representative for her experience and her background. I think that I recognize that Commissioner Sue has apologized, and I recognize that she said that she will work to heal the wounds that she opened. And I do believe that she is sincere in that apology and her thoughts. But to me, I think at this moment, she is in a position where her decisions will impact the lives of thousands of students and their families. And I think her commitment to learning, to healing is incredibly important. But I do believe that she should not. I will be voting yes on this resolution because I believe that can happen without her continuing to serve as commissioner, continue to make these decisions for families. If there is so much work to be done. And I think what I ask is for the folks who called in to support her, the folks who have called on her to resign, and for Commissioner Sue herself, that regardless whether she steps down or not, that she does come through her commitment to learn, to speak to Black and Brown communities, to better herself and to make those connections, and that folks afford her the opportunity to do so. I think it's not easy to be in that position, but I think given the delicate position that our school board is in, the decisions that they have to make, and everything that has happened with that board over the last year, that this again will be a distraction for what is most important, which is working to close those disparities at the school district and working to ensure that all of our students, our Black and Brown students, our Chinese students, our API students, are getting the best education that they deserve. And so for that reason, I will be voting yes on the resolution. It certainly is not an easy decision for me. I hope to see more Chinese folks run for that seat. I know there are a lot of qualified community leaders who can step into that role. But I do believe that right now that is to the detriment of the board for this to continue. And I once again hope Commissioner Sue, I do believe she is sincere in her apology, and I hope that she does go through with her promises and that we afford her the opportunity to do so and let her grow, and hope that she will continue to be able to serve the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Zoe. Member Lovett, I believe.
Okay, so I am speaking for myself this time. I want to unpack what Commissioner Sue said about educating marginalized students. So in quotes, unstable family environments caused by housing and food insecurity, unquote. So that part is true since it gets at the systemic issues. In the mid-90s, I ran a mentoring program at 2 SFUSD schools in the Bayview. And I got every day how our students were facing housing insecurity, health disparities, and economic struggles. And 6 years ago, I was shadowing a teacher at Mission High. And I'll never forget why a student was sleeping through class. He was working 40 hours a week on top of school and supporting his family back home. So these are the issues that our communities are facing. I have a big problem with the second part of Commissioner Sue's candidate questionnaire response. So she says, in quote, so the above, along with lack of parental encouragement to focus on learning, cause, so both of these, the unstable family environments and the lack of parental encouragement, cause children to not be able to focus on or value learning. That part is not in touch with realities that I've seen. When I was at City College, I worked as a counselor with many students of color for 15 years. I worked with a lot of immigrants who were API, who were Latinx. I worked with a lot of Black and Latinx parents. And I found they were very attentive to their children's education while they were juggling their own work and studies. And that was some of the work that gave me the greatest joy. By Commissioner Sue's own admission, she had limited exposure for a couple of months. This position shouldn't be the training wheels for someone to serve in an urban school district in a city that has the worst economic disparities, worse than some countries in developing nations. And it really just highlights how we are struggling. And so when it's the struggle of just our, it's not just our BIPOC communities, it's all our communities. I think it's an opportunity to heal, but the rift can continue to grow if you have somebody in a leadership position who might continue to make these statements without realizing, right? And education is about academic excellence. It opens doors for so many people. It's really critical for immigrants, I being one. But for a diverse city that is San Francisco, education provides opportunity in a different way because it's a chance to understand people from different backgrounds and to build better communities, not to tear others down or just simplify their struggles. So our words really do reflect our worldview. We must challenge the notion that success in school or in life just comes from how hard you work or how smart you are. I had to debunk a lot of that in my own life. Our leaders have to understand the structural barriers. They don't have to be perfect, but they need to come into the seat wide-eyed with that awareness and deep experience. And so I thought long and hard about this. For that reason, I do not support Ansu continuing in her position on the school board.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lovett. Vice Chair Baraka. Were you on the stack?
Yes,
Okay.
I was. And I just wanted to, we had a lot of great comment tonight, public comment tonight, and I wanted to associate myself with the comments of the Black Alliance Network, Jonathan Gibbs, Karen Fleshman, Jordan Davis, and Camila Mila. The other thing that I wanted to mention was that Miss Shu might be a great person, but she's just not the right person for our school board. This is not a situation where I feel that those students are going to be served well by her, considering her viewpoints. If you listen to the recording, when she refers to the fact that her son did great during COVID because he didn't have to deal with the riffraff. Well, when she's talking about the riffraff, she's talking about a group of people that she's representing on that school board. And to have that disdain for that huge group of folks that we just heard the statistics from member Ibanez on is, to me, a clear signal that she's not prepared to execute the functions of that job, of that responsibility. So please consider the situation and put yourselves in the other person's shoes. And I don't think that it's that difficult to do if you really look at the situation. Miss Shu does not have the ability to exact her role on the school board now. And I think that this resolution addresses what I believe to be the answer to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. Member Ronan. Member Thomas is first and then Member Ronan. Apologies. Apologies.
Member Ronan, by all means, Member Ronan, go ahead. You can
Member
go
Ronan.
first.
You guys, I'm so tired, as like all of you, so I wasn't ready. I just wanted to thank everyone for this really powerful conversation and just to appreciate it, and also to appreciate Commissioner Sue. I also had a long conversation with her and believe that she is genuine in wanting to learn. But I also will be supporting this resolution and want to thank Member Barry for bringing it forward. The reason that I brought a group of great folks together and wrote the Student Success Charter Amendment is because the number of students in SFUSD who are not even close to grade level in basic subject areas like math and literacy, and the amount of children that are facing trauma and mental health issues in the schools right now is overwhelming. And that is one of the most important issues that we need our school board members to focus on: the mental health, social emotional well-being, and academic achievement of our students. And the disparities between Black and Brown students and their higher income and white and Asian peers are so startling and so shocking. And we need commissioners that understand why that is, understand why those disparities and inequalities have existed throughout decades, and can finally start to address them and eliminate those disparities in the ways that work. And the ways that work are knowing those communities and being close with those communities and listening to those families and listening to those students about the true reason that these disparities exist. And so I think we need commissioners that are ready to do that work, that have the trust of the communities, and that understand the complex forces in our society, like systemic racism, like generational poverty, like the systemic underfunding of the schools that are serving the majority of Black and Brown families in this city. Those are the issues we have to tackle right now in the most unified way ever, because these decades of unequal outcomes for our Black and Brown students in San Francisco are a shame for all of us. And it's us failing them, not them and their families failing us. It's the other way around. The system, the schools are failing our families and failing these children. And we need people who truly understand the issues to be able to fix them. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ronan. Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to first thank Supervisor Ronan for that work on the Student Success Charter Amendment. It was a ton of crafting and a lot of working with stakeholders, and it really typifies it brought in a lot of folks that cared about what is going on with our schools in this city, and really exposed me to a lot of information, just seeing all of the challenges that our school district is facing. When I heard these comments and began reading about the responses to it by Commissioner Sue, it was hard to disentangle it from this hurtful and painful comments that I remember reading about when we addressed Commissioner Collins's remarks and in the lead up to the vote here. And I think that members Lee and Lacroix have articulated this far better than I could. The challenging dynamics that go into this, and that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and that we did not do as much as we should have. But it is a problem that will continue on until we address it. Normally in circumstances like this, when there is an emergency resolution, and it's calling on someone to resign, I want to take a more thoughtful approach and spend more time on it. And for that reason, I normally would think to abstain. In this case, what surprises me the most is not just that Commissioner Sue has lost the faith of some of her colleagues who are now no longer apparently running with her, but also of the teachers and the workers at the school district, who have resoundingly come out and demanded the commissioner's resignation. It is just impossible for me to picture a way that the commissioner could continue to fulfill her role when the people who have dedicated their lives to teaching kids and to improving the system have come out so resoundingly against her remaining in that seat. And I think that just shifts something for me, which is that folks who are teaching in this school district are not doing it for luxury. They're not doing it for anything other than a desire to teach the kids of the city. And if they have lost absolute faith in being able to find a learning path with Commissioner Sue, that is a distinguishing factor for me. And it really matters to be able to partner with those who are the most dedicated to the cause that ostensibly every commissioner on that board is going to be working towards.
Thank you, Member Thomas. Member Moliga.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I didn't really prepare any words tonight for this agenda item, but I do want to share my feelings around, the issue. It is disheartening. I grew up in the city. I'm probably one of the riffraffs. I went to the school district, and when I read it, somebody sent it to me. I was like, oh my gosh, she's talking about me. That is me in the school. That is my niece. Those are my kids. And it really, really, really hurt. And I was really disturbed, right? Because at the end of the day, it really is about these kids, right? And like I heard a lot tonight about we got to do the work, we got to do the work. we are doing the work, guys. This is the work, right? This is the work right here. We're having the conversations, right? The work is happening on the ground also, right? Community folks are doing it. But for us, we're talking straight through it, right? And what we do tonight, is really important. People are watching us. I do appreciate that Ibanez and Barry brought this resolution forward because it's consistent, right? And that's what folks need to see right now. That's what our children need to see. It is very consistent. And the party is consistent, right? When the API Council came out for the resignation, I was really happy when the Harvey Mill Club, Alice, they all stood, supporting it. I was also happy because to me, it says that people understand that it needs to be like consistency all the way across the board, whether it's Ansu, man, it could have been Ronald McDonald saying the comments on the school board, but racism is racism. And for us, there's zero tolerance. And I do appreciate that we're trying to keep this consistency going all the way around. But if we're going to move forward as a group, as a Democratic Party, and say, okay, we're going to have some processes in place for us to kind of go by, then it can't be because of this event. Me personally, I just don't believe that. It probably should have happened after the Allison Collins event. All right, moving forward, we're going to do this, right? But to me, unfortunately, Ann is in a situation that is like terrible. I would not want to be in her shoes, and it's really, really tough to be in, but honestly, I think, for folks who are really not like attuned to the politics, really kind of follow it, they're just kind of seeing what decisions we're making on a day-to-day basis, right? And some folks it's like, man, this is right or wrong, right? And for me, we have to stay true to what we went through. Allison unfortunately went through the same situation, right? And we held her to a very high standard, and there's no difference in this scenario, and so, I think, we are doing the work. As a body, we are doing the work, right? And staying consistent and showing people that we can make decisions and hold everyone accountable, no matter what race it is important. And the kids and all the families are watching us today, tonight, and how we execute. So, it's a very unfortunate situation. And it happened again. I mean, I was telling somebody the other day, I was like, again, it's only been 6 months, and here we go again, right? So we definitely do still have a lot of work to do. But I just urge all of us that we have to stay consistent in terms of like what we stand for and how we make decisions as a Democratic Party. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Maliga. Member Barry and then Member Ochoa, or Mr. Ochoa.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I wanted to point out some facts. One, Allison Collins was not in office at the time. She was not even a candidate at the time. And I don't think there's any comparison to what standards we have to hold when we're in office. Additionally, I wanted to thank Member Ibanez for working on this resolution with me and co-sponsoring. She was very bothered, very, very, very bothered by the comments that Commissioner Shu had made. And I want to make it clear on the Asian hate subject. I know a fair amount of Black people, and I don't know anybody that discusses Asians and different ethnicities. People are just trying to survive out here. The few people that have done crimes, all the people I talk to denounce those crimes. They especially crimes on the seniors. I have a friend who works with juvenile justice involved folks, and he's constantly telling them, what the hell are you doing this stuff to seniors? You don't do that. That's not cool. That's a code through all races that you don't hurt elderly people. And I just, my trolls, I'm getting trolls now because of this. And, there's no big discussion of Asian hate and why they do this or what. I don't hear it in the community, and I'm definitely not a spokesperson for the Black community, but I know a lot of people, and it's just not a subject except when something racist happens, And in closure, I wanted to just double down on the Latino population. a lot of Latinos came to the NAACP meeting Sunday and were very, very hurt. And I just got information just now that the Latino Democratic Club, the Latino Task Force, Young Latino Democrats, and there's one more, they as of today have not been reached out to. So let's be clear on that. It's actually the Latino Parity and Equity Coalition. None of them received outreach. And I just want to thank everybody who made comments from their heart, and let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Barry, and Mr. Ochoa for Vice Chair Galata.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this really quickly, and I was listening and I didn't want to speak because I kind of feel like it's not my place, just as a proxy and not as not a real voting member, but you know, as a part of this body. But just as a young Latino myself, the first thing I thought of when I heard those comments, I thought of myself, and I thought of my partner's little sister who's going to Washington the first year this upcoming summer. And it's hard to hear again that people of color are being blamed again. I'm sorry, I'm a little emotional. It's very late. But I think it's just important that even though it hurts to like have to talk about the school board and the crises that go around the school board again, that accountability is accountability. And I just want a lot of the other, you know, Black and brown kids like myself, who, you know, look at their parents who are often the biggest champions and cheerleaders of education. My mom said, "You're going to college. It doesn't matter what you say, you're going to college." That's what all of our parents say. So it's just like, again, we're being blamed for the systemic problems. And not even that, it's not even us, it's our parents. It's the people who we love the most and we see as leaders in our lives. So I just wanted to, I felt nauseous, like not saying anything, and I felt nauseous saying something, but it's just, it is time to heal. I think there are commissioners who can be a leader on this school board who don't hold those views. There are so many leaders in our city that deserve to be on that board, that wouldn't say that. And I echo a lot of the other things that people said. And I just want to echo the same thing that was happening in a different situation with the endorsements. Just to Member Barry, like even though we were talking about a conversation, they were going back at you. It's like, this is not how this is supposed to work. When we call out, when we call people out and we make sure that they're accountable, we do that. We make sure that they are held accountable for their actions and their words. So thank you, Member Barry, and thank you, Member Abanez, for just being leaders and holding people accountable for their words. So thank you. And then sorry, I don't drag you along because I know it's almost midnight, but thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. And then I will go to, sorry, Vice Chair Lacroix.
All right, one last thing. I just want to say thank you for all the members of the DCCC who have stayed and participated in this discussion, as well as the folks who are still watching our live feed. I hope that the folks who did miss this conversation, but you know, we're around for public comment, take a moment to kind of replay this back and really just think about how thoughtful we have been in whatever decision we decide in the next few moments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. I did want to just make some brief comments. I know I already spoke on this, but I do want to reaffirm that I have been doing a lot of thinking. You know, I don't know a lot of people know this, but I actually work directly in schools. You know, back in LA, when I was an undergrad, I actually worked in predominantly Black and brown schools in downtown Los Angeles. When I became a social worker, I was a case manager in Pittsburgh and Antioch for, you know, 5 years, working directly with students and really seeing what that prison, schools to prison pipeline looks like. And it was shocking and really, really disturbing to me. And as someone who grew up in San Francisco, I definitely know a lot of the racial tensions that exist here and that continue to exist here and unfortunately are becoming even more divisive right now. I am hearing all of the public comment and all the discussions, and ultimately, I agree. I think that, we have talked a lot about how Ann Sue is a representative for, the immigrant Chinese community, but I know that there are many other people who also represent the immigrant Chinese community and who have a little more sensitivity and are a little bit more advanced in their skills when it comes to talking about delicate issues specifically surrounding race. That being said, I am really committed to not just saying that we're doing the work, not just trying to do the work, but doing the work. I do want to just mention that, after the Allison Collins things, we did create the Black and API Unity Committee. And I did reach out to many members of this body specifically to participate in that. Unfortunately, that never got off the ground, but I'm hoping that now we will take that a little more seriously and take this as an opportunity to actually engage in that work. And I'm committing myself to be available to have those conversations and to do that work with you all outside of these meetings. That being said, at some point I may get there. Today, I am not all the way there yet. And I say this again, as someone who's a lot of experience working with our community, my community, and wanting to see, just knowing that we need more folks to extend an arm and take some time. So that's the position I'm in right now. But in a few days, after some talks, that may change. But for today, that's where I am. So I just wanted to say that. With that, I don't see anyone else in line for public comment. So is there a motion to approve the agenda item?
So moved.
Member Avalos, thank you. Second?
Second by Ronan.
Second by Ronan. And I believe we'll need to do a roll call vote for this. Recording Secretary Lee, are you ready to take a roll call vote?
I am, and thank you, everyone. Seriously. All right, your options are yes to support the resolution, no to oppose the resolution, or to abstain. Avalos.
Yes.
Baraka.
Yes.
Barry.
Yes.
Campos.
Yes.
Chen.
Abstain.
Dufty. I don't know if Member Williams is still here.
Member Williams had to hop off.
Okay, all good. Galata.
Yes.
Banez.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Member Kim has left the meeting. Lacroix.
Pass, please.
Lee, abstain. Loftus. Lovett.
Yes.
Mahogany.
Abstain.
Mandelman. Mar.
Abstain.
Maliga.
Yes.
Morales.
Yes.
Raju.
Yes.
Ronan.
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Tung.
No.
Williams. Zoe.
Yes.
Feinstein.
Abstain.
Pelosi.
Abstain.
Spear.
Abstain.
Cohen.
Abstain.
Wiener. I don't know if Member Wiener is still here. Haney. Member Haney's proxy, and then Member Ting's proxy. Okay, and then I had one pass.
Abstain.
Sorry, that was Lacroix. Abstain. Thank you. Okay, with 13 yes, 1 no, and 9 abstentions, this resolution passes.
All right, thank you. I just want to acknowledge Democrats and members of the public. Thank you for having this conversation. And again, I hope we can continue to work together to bring resolution and healing, as well as continuing to do the work that we do here at this body. So thank you. With that, we have reached our last official piece of business, but we will now move on to item number 13, which is new business. Are there any members who'd like to bring forward any new business at this time? I beg you keep it brief. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 14, which is adjournment, but I do want to hold any space for any in memoriams that anyone would like to offer tonight. Seeing no hands, thank you again, Democrats. It's been a long meeting. Thanks again and have a good night. We are adjourned.